the agenda today. We want to welcome William Carr. He's the new Director of Water, Bureau of Water with KDHE. So they had some transitions from when we started to now. And so Mr. Carr's in that position. So we welcome him to the committee and appreciate his contributions as we move forward. As far as where the committee is at in its process, so we had our 2 meetings in Dodge City back in August, and as we come back together here now, what we're doing today is we're really starting to move into what I would call, at least planning-wise, the second phase of our work and sort of our exploration and taking it of information. And we have our meeting today, our meeting later this month in Manhattan, and what we're going to do is we're really going to dive deep into how other states and our state plans and funds water plans. What does that look like? So today, as you can tell by the agenda, we're focusing on how Kansas's current process works. And so the Water Office will be the biggest presenter here today. And I want to really encourage you, especially since Connie's not here, to ask really, really difficult technical questions for some backup presenters. But we appreciate those folks with the Water Office helping. But the goal of this is really to be an intense, detailed dive. Why are we making these decisions? Why are we funding this and not that? Why are we selecting these priorities? How do we put this together? Because we need to understand those nuts and bolts. So when we look at other states on the 19th, we've tentatively got Texas, Colorado, and California planned to present on their processes to us. And so we'll be able to compare and contrast, and then we'll sort of take a break of the task force over legislative session so you can have those kind of in your head, and we can pick that up on the other side of session in spring, hopefully. So that's kind of overall where the work is headed. I wanted to share an update. On Friday, we did meet. The water work group met in Manhattan. I did set in on that meeting, and they're sort of setting on their path of similar work. Legislative research put together summaries of, I think, about 15 different states, how they're structured, who's responsible for what, and they're sort of working along the same lines of us, but looking at more states, going into more detail. So they've decided to hold a work group meeting on the 19th, sort of at the same time as us in Manhattan, so they can take in some of that information, and then they'll hold a discussion after the overall task force meeting. So they're sort of working on their process. And the way we're in talking to that group and co-chair Minnix here, the way we've seen some of that come together is they'll continue to meet as a work group while we're in session and start looking at some of the best practices and what they think our water planning system should look like. And ideally, we'll come out of legislative session, we'll have a joint meeting with the work group. They'll sort of present to us, we've looked at everything, we've taken into account what you guys have talked about as a larger group, and they'll present to us kind of a draft idea of what they think is the right direction to head. We'll work through it, we'll provide them some feedback, what we like, what we don't, if we want them to look at other things. And then they'll go and work on that with our input, and then we can move into other topics such as funding, organization, other things like that we may want to talk about, and any lingering issues that we have out there. And then hopefully next late summer, early fall, we'll get back together with the work group, and they'll bring us something that looks really close to some draft legislation based on everybody's sort of a joint cooperation. So. A lot of information, but any questions about process or concerns or anything that we wanted to address at this point? That's a rough timeline. Circumstances may intervene between now and then, but that's kind of where we're headed. Okay. Other than that, the only other note I'll make before we get started is you'll notice as we work through the planning stuff, we're sort of adding in topical presentations that they either address requests from the committee that people wanted more information on, or they're things that are important for us to keep in mind, but they didn't fit in one of the earlier meetings. And so we'll continue to do that on the 19th in Manhattan as well, but just to make sure we have a good perspective on everything that's out there. So with that in mind, do fill out your payment vouchers, and if you'll just pass them to the middle. Once you sign on the claimant line, we'll get those turned in for you as well if you have one to turn in. We're going to get started today with a presentation from our tribal neighbors. We have 4 tribes in Kansas. They're listed on your sheet. I would just, for those of you that haven't been involved in the water space, or maybe if you have been in the water space, Some of these concerns that'll be brought up today may not be something you've thought very much about. Compared to other western states, the amount of tribal land we have in Kansas is relatively low. And I think the challenges are unique to Kansas in that regard, because our area is we have much more water where our tribes are located than you do maybe in Utah or some of those other places where tribal land is not as fortunate with precipitation and things like that. But we do have each tribe has a water right that predates the establishment of the state of Kansas. One of those has been quantified. That's the Kickapoo, and hopefully they'll talk about an update on where they are. To my knowledge, the other three tribes have not quantified that. There have been some preliminary discussions, but they each have their unique concerns, and it's important for us to keep in mind how we work with them within our federal system, because those water rights do predate us, and there are some federal things attached to that. So this will be a good background for everybody, and just one of those things that we have to keep in mind as we move through our work. So with that, if the tribes have their own order, or if they want to follow the order on the agenda, whatever you guys are prepared to do is fine. Just introduce yourself and welcome to committee.
Oh, so there we go. I'm a service-connected vet. I'm also a lifetime member of the VFW and a lifetime member of the DAV and an active member of the American Legion. As the chairman, I would like to disagree with the senator on some of his comments, which is that the state of Kansas has a very small area of tribal land. Potawatomi, Prairie Band specifically, in 1846, we purchased a 30 by 30 square mile reservation in the state of Kansas in 1846. 1847, we started occupying this land down here. Those were from the proceeds from the land that we ceded to the United States government from Council Bluffs and Illinois. So with that, we started moving down here, and for that 30 by 30 square mile reservation, that encompasses approximately where our northeast corner of our reservation, the common lands, what we call it, is currently at, just south of Holton. And then that would extend from that boundary 30 miles south, 30 miles west, almost to Wamego. So a lot of this Kansas River area technically is in reservation land. The reason why I bring that up is because with the recent Supreme Court case of McGirt versus Oklahoma, the Supreme Court ruled that unless Congress specifically disestablishes a reservation, that reservation still exists. Congress has never disestablished the Potawatomi Reservation. So therefore, that reservation still exists. And part of that is the water that goes along with it, which is why we're here. I would also like to disagree with the senator about the Kickapoo as the only tribe that has quantitative water rights or that have put forward that measure. Under the Winters Doctrine, whether we have taken that step or not, we still have those water rights here. And again, with the Agua Caliente, that includes all groundwater. And one of the things that I'm kind of concerned about too is the use or misuse of that water that impacts our nation and our tribal lands. I can drive down Highway 24 the middle of August, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are sprinklers going on. I know 90% of that is being evaporated. Yet there is no place or no body that looks at that to make sure that these guys are using that water appropriately. For Native Americans, water is central to us. Given the fact that we come from the Great Lakes area, we lived in that. We harvested crops from the water. We consider water as our first medicine. And I think that everybody is starting to realize that you can go a couple of weeks without eating. However, it's only a few days that you can go without water before you expire. And I think that we really need to kind of take a look at that and figure out what are we doing, how are we taking care of this, and what steps can we take to make sure that we always have water there. I'm kind of disappointed that this committee does not have Native American representation on here because of the Winter's Doctrine, which gives us Aboriginal rights to the water in that area that covers both surface and groundwater. And we asked for that position when this committee first started. In 2024, I met with the Speaker of the House and the Senate President, bringing up my concerns over water and how it's being regulated and monitored. I think that a lot of folks that live out in the rural area kind of understand that the water districts kind of operate under a good old boy system. And even though we have an agreement with our closest water district, which says that they are going to serve us, we still struggle with them to be able to provide water to the reservation. Mostly because we have had to go in there and either, try and do anything that we can, but you still have those folks there that are operating under that good old boy system, which is what I brought to the president and the speaker, is that there has to be some statutory language codified by both bodies to make it stronger so that we can have proper oversight over those different bodies there. The bad thing is like I said, is that water sustains us. And if we do not do everything that we can to make sure that we are protecting it, then how are we supposed to pass this on to our kids? I can remember when I was a kid, and it hasn't been that long ago, you could go to any one of these creeks out here where our reservation is at, where we live, and you could drink the water out there. Today, I challenge anybody to do that. Also, too, we want to look at the quality of the water, because I've noticed recently that there is a lot of cancer diagnosis out on the reservation. Probably because of phosphates, heavy metals, and things like that we have allowed or abused our lands that soak into the water. About 4 years ago, I think it was right after I was elected, well, maybe longer than that, there was a pipeline that burst, an oil pipeline, kind of north central Kansas. They contacted the tribes. They asked us, to come out and brief us on what was going on and what was happening. Somebody asked, why are the tribes, involved in this? Why do we have to go ahead on and account for this leakage when it's not even close to any reservation or anything like that? My comment to them is just like our body, where we have veins and everything that are all connected, interconnected, so too does this earth and the water that runs up underneath it. It's all connected one way or another. So whether an accident happens in north central Kansas, eventually it's going to make its way and flow down through there, and it's going to impact all of us. And so we need to make sure that we are doing everything that we can to hold those folks accountable. While I know that they went up there and they kept us abreast of everything that was happening in that area, I still don't know or have not seen the final report, and I hope that you lawmakers was able to look at that and see that too. Was that entire area cleared up? Was it cleaned up? And are we satisfied with everything that had happened over that? So quality, the water rights and everything that we have, I think is probably our biggest concern. Again, I would ask that this be put on the record that, you know, there should be tribal representation because of the winner's doctrine. That even though we do not or have not put forward that, you know, part of the challenge that in court, that we still have those rights inherent to us. And that we as a nation, Prairie Band Potawatomi, we intend to enforce those rights and do everything that within our power to make sure that our rights are retained. So with that, I thank you for the time, and I would welcome any questions.
Committee, are there any questions for the chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. What percentage of land is tribal lands in Kansas?
Again, you know, the 30 by 30,
That's
we do.
part of it, but what's the rest of it? Do you know the total picture?
On our common lands, we own approximately 70% of that reservation. That would include tribal trust or individual trust plus tribal trust.
I'm trying to get a picture of all tribal land in Kansas. Does anybody know that question? I know South Dakota,
With
that's a
Prairie
high number.
Band and the treaty that we signed, and because of McGirt, that's 576,000 acres.
Could research perhaps provide us a map of the reservations and some statistics? Any further questions?
Oh, yeah. And, they would, I guess, you know, this body here can ask for input on that, because whether you count that or not, because of McGirt, that reservation still exists. And so maybe it's not directly under tribal control. That's still 576,000 acres that is within that reservation boundary.
Additional questions? Okay. Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Do we have a representative from the Kickapoo tribe today? The Iowa tribe would like to speak. You're more than welcome.
Hello, chairs, members of the task force. On behalf of the Iowa tribe of Kansas and Nebraska, I want to extend my appreciation to have the opportunity to come before you and provide testimony to this task force. I am Misty Slater. I am the chairwoman of the Iowa tribe of Kansas and Nebraska. And the Iowa tribe supports this work to examine water management and stewardship within the state of Kansas. And I do look forward to engaging in a constructive and enduring government-to-government relationship with this body, with the Kansas legislature, and with the state of Kansas more broadly. I would also like to formally support and reinforce the comments of the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation, particularly about tribal representation in this process. And I would also like to add some additional context on how this impacts the Iowa people. Full disclosure, as of 12 days ago, I was sworn in as chairwoman. So I would like to note that I have not yet had the opportunity to be fully briefed on the complex nature of all of our water issues and our water rights. However, nonetheless, I am committed to remaining engaged and available throughout this task force's deliberations, and I welcome the opportunity to collaborate and to share our tribe's perspectives and to contribute meaningfully to the development of sound, equitable water priorities and policies for our region. The Iowa tribe's lands straddle the border of Kansas and Nebraska, particularly in Brown, Donovan, and Richardson counties, Richardson County in Nebraska. And the waters that flow into our reservation do not adhere to these jurisdictional boundaries. Unfortunately, that means oftentimes the water entering our lands can already be contaminated, largely with nitrates, and largely due to upstream agricultural activities. These contaminations has resulted in frequent boil water advisories and has disrupted our daily life and presented us with health and economic challenges for our community. In response, the tribe has had to allocate our resources to water quality issues, both in mitigating the contamination and in seeking funds for filtration systems to provide safe drinking water to our tribal citizens. These efforts, while necessary, impose additional financial burdens on our community and underscore the need for a stronger collaborative approach to upstream water management and pollution prevention. Furthermore, the tribe identifies a pressing need to also conduct comprehensive mapping and analysis of our aquifers. And these are aquifers located beneath our lands. This scientific assessment is essential to learn more with specificity about the tribe's water rights to groundwater resources and to understand how these regional withdrawals truly affect our long-term sustainability as a sovereign nation. The Iowa tribe stands ready to work with the state of Kansas, the state of Nebraska, federal agencies, and academic institutions to ensure this work is performed with rigor, transparency, and mutual respect for sovereign jurisdictions. Water is a shared and common resource. Its protection requires partnership, communication, and shared commitment to our future generations. The Iowa tribe of Kansas and Nebraska looks forward to strengthening our working relationship with this task force and with the state of Kansas to ensure that all communities in our watershed have access to clean, reliable, and sustainable water. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. The tribe appreciates the task force's attention to these critical matters, and we must continue to have consultation, dialogue, and collaboration as this process advances. Thank you all, and I will now stand for questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Mr. Swati?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman Slater. And you are brand new, so if this is too on the spot for you, I know that you do straddle the state border in terms of surface water. Do most of those are they all passed through coming from the north through Nebraska and then Kansas, or are you on any sort of watershed breaks?
As the Missouri River actually crosses through our lands, we have water coming through to the Missouri River from all areas, not just Nebraska, but Kansas as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. This is kind of a 101 question, so I'm like you. I'm learning something new here and care about what we're doing here. Water on tribal land. So you talked about the water coming in. What about the water going out? You know, is there any responsibility? I do not know what you do on the tribal lands. Do they cause any type of issues as far as nitrates and that kind of thing? Or also the water under your ground? You know, that would be your part of that. And you kind of talked about the one, I was wondering about all three of them.
Absolutely. We have taken proactive measures to improve our water quality because we have recognized that oftentimes it is contaminated. That includes changing all of our farming practices. So we are transitioning to regenerative farming, which does decrease the need for chemical applications on our farmlands. So we also have water treatment that we do and water testing that we do on site and within our lands as well. So we are committed, as water is sacred, to doing what we can to make sure all of our water is the highest quality. And we would love to continue this partnership. So when the water comes to us, we might have less work to do to improve its quality because we do that on our reservation lands.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. And while the nation has very strict, stringent laws on EPA, the problem is that our reservation is what we call checkerboarded. So a lot of non-tribal people live within the boundaries of the reservation. And because we cannot enforce our EPA laws on them, then they can pretty much operate however they want to, following, whatever guidelines, whether that be the state or something like that. That has always been a challenge for us. And we would hope that we could work with the state and those different agencies to really tighten up and form a good partnership to make sure that the water quality coming off of the reservation from those non-tribal entities is just as good as it went on.
I was also wanting to ask if I could, do you have any watershed dams that, has been either federal or state funded, or do you have any core lakes that's up in those areas?
Sorry, I am not aware of any on our tribal lands, but I will also defer to Chairman.
We do have a study, because that has been our initiative as Prairie Band to become water sovereign. So we have been working with an engineering firm to look at different options to be able to supply our members with our own water. But nothing built yet.
I'll start with the question to Iowa, but it would really be for both. I know some years ago I was involved in a very preliminary discussion about quantifying the Iowa's water right, and there was a groundwater study, I think, with Kansas Geological Survey involved. This was probably pre-COVID, 2019, maybe early 2020. Where did those conversations go, and where is there any more movement on that, or what happened over the years to looking at that, and if you've had any update on that?
We have continued to exercise our sovereignty to do what it takes for us as a nation to improve our water quality. I am aware of that groundwater survey and the subsequent report. But we now, I believe, should look towards a stronger government-to-government relationship, because we are hamstrung by how much progress we can make as a sovereign nation due to the water coming into the lands. And as Chairman mentioned as well, the checkerboard pattern to our reservation, where not everyone is under tribal jurisdiction.
And then sort of a larger question you may want to add on, or let the chairman answer, but are either of you, as a governing entity, looking at going through the quantification process and getting a full federal settlement, so that that's sort of the big planning piece, so there's certainty and all of that once we know. But I'd just be curious if that's the long-term goal or short-term, or where you guys are at on that.
I would say we are exploring that. I cannot commit to anything right now, but we are exploring that as it would maximize our tribal sovereignty.
And Prairie Band is looking at that as well.
Very good. And then last sort of question along those lines, if we do go down that route, I think the way that worked with the Kickapoo, it was sort of registered as, it's the most senior water right on the books, and that's how it's protected within the Kansas water rights system. Is that the similar approach you would expect to take to sort of make it fit in with the state water rights system? And you may not know.
I cannot speak to that on behalf of the Iowa tribe yet, but I would be happy to follow up.
To the mic.
I'll defer to our attorney here, because she has a lot more knowledge on that, on the process that it's supposed to go through.
You just introduce yourself. And
good morning. I'm Stephanie Zarin. I'm Special Water Counsel to the Prairie Band Potawatomi Nation. Thank you, Task Force, for the opportunity to speak this morning. I think one of the primary issues, and it sounds like you have some familiarity with this, is that the federal negotiation process is decades long, right? So it's a four-step process. It starts with pre-assessment, pre-negotiation, goes into negotiation, then you get a settlement, then you have implementation. And for context, there are 574 federally recognized tribes in the United States, including 229 tribes in Alaska. There are only 39 congressionally or administratively approved Indian water rights settlements. So that leaves the vast majority unquantified. The fact that a water right is not quantified doesn't change the fact that it exists. It is inherent, right? It attaches to the creation of the reservation, or in some instances goes back farther than that. It goes to time immemorial. So in a prior appropriation system like Kansas for surface and groundwater, these water rights, whether or not they're quantified, predate any other water users. So when you're trying to determine, how to maintain the supply, maintain the quantity and quality of water into the future, they have to be considered. And in my opinion, whatever percentage of tribal lands there are, this needs to be factored into the task force work because it is essential. And trying to suggest that in order to protect and preserve these rights into the future requires a quantification is fairly offensive, I have to say. So because the process is decades long. So I think what we're trying to do, and I think the chairwoman from the Iowa tribe spoke well to this, is we're also trying to we're proposing to do more monitoring of the groundwater levels, understand the mapping, including under the tribal lands, so that we can treat this as a common problem with common solutions. The other thing I want to point out about Kickapoo is that although there is an agreement between the state of Kansas and the tribe, and there's a quantification attached to that, it has not been congressionally approved. And it has been sort of stymied in that process because it is it's a cumbersome process to get to a full and final settlement of Indian water rights. So what has been more effective, I think, is working together, government to government, coming up with local solutions that factor in, the tribal needs for water, that recognize that there is that inherent right, regardless of the number, and then determine ways that everybody can work together to ensure that that supply is available into the future, both in terms of quantity and quality of water going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think hopefully I can ask you this question. As a sovereign nation, who pays for the mapping?
So in some instances, there is federal funding available. Usually sort of the three sovereigns work together on this, the tribal, the state, the federal. There are sometimes funds available through the Bureau of Indian Affairs, but kind of going back to the point that I was making about the 39 Indian water rights settlements out of 574 federally recognized tribes, there's sort of a long queue, and there's a list of priority settlements that are underway, including Kickapoo tribe in Kansas, where they're getting most of the federal funding because they're farther along in the process. They're past pre-assessment or pre-negotiation, into negotiation and implementation. So in some instances, there's federal funding available. It's by no means a guarantee. So I think it's another place where I think the three sovereigns need to come together and decide some of those funding questions for the mapping. In some instances, tribes do it on their own. When they do, they have sovereignty over that data, so there isn't necessarily data sharing for the work that tribes are doing on their own lands. But that's another way that tribes are doing it around the country.
Representative Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for the chair of the Prairie Band. Again, thank you all for being here. I guess trying to get a little more understanding. And the first thing, and I appreciate the thought process of adding more to this task force. I was the author of the bill, and this is the size that we came up to. If everybody that wanted a seat at the table, we would have filled whatever Landon Arena is called now. And so what I think what we tried to do, and I know the co-chairs are trying to do, is that we're not going to limit debate. We're not going to limit conversations. So, and I've told others that were upset early on the process, just because you don't have a seat here doesn't mean you're not listened to and not being taken care of. So I want to make sure that we have that conversation. But my question is just kind of for our understanding as well, when you talked about, just maybe explain the relationship so we understand from a state standpoint, this patchwork in EPA, Department of KDHE, and you and the other tribes. I mean, I'm a little, I'm trying to follow, do people just pick and choose what EPA, or is there a different set of criteria that, I guess, just trying for our understanding as we move forward?
Right. I would say that, of course, the nation follows federal guidelines, especially when it comes to EPA, and we can always add to. And the nation has always taken a much stricter stance, especially on lands that we have direct oversight over. I think the non-tribal members that are within the boundaries of the reservation kind of follow or supposed to follow, KDHE, I don't know, because I can go out there and I see the amount of fertilizer that is being put on. And so we wonder why we have, algae blooms and things like that. I think there's an overuse of that. And I don't know what regulatory body would look to have some oversight over that.
Sorry. That I understand that you follow, the EPA guidelines, and if you go beyond, that, I guess I just want to make sure that that everybody still has to follow that certain, guideline.
Mhm.
If you all add additional, because as we're talking about putting these things together, because quality and quantity are both, I think, keys as you look maybe at the top four of what we're going to come out of this task force, that we're not going to come up with some sort of recommendation in the end that you're going, wait a minute, what is this all about? So I want to make sure that we all
Mhm.
understand that there's not some outlier here that we're not in consideration.
No, and one of the things that I can speak, and we've discussed this amongst all four tribes, we want to protect. We want to protect our lands. We want to protect our waters because we need to make sure that we pass this on to our kids. And like I said earlier on, that at one time you could go out here and drink in any one of these creeks around here, but I challenge you to do that today. When I was a kid, we used to go down to the well on one of them creeks and take water up to my grandmother's house because she didn't have running water up there. So, it was there, and that was just the way that we lived. But the other thing that I want to point out and make sure that everybody understands, because of winters and because of our Aboriginal rights, and like I was saying, we have an agreement with Rural Water District 3. Because of those inherent rights, we as a nation should be served first. And then it goes down to everybody else. But as long as they take care of the nation first, because of those winter rights, that's who it goes to first. We're always at the top of the line when it comes to water. That when they created those reservations and they outlined that, that was one of the guidelines for the federal government, is that they would be able to sustain themselves. And part of that is water.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I do, and thank you, Chairman and Mr. Chairwoman, for being here. I really appreciate it. And I just, if I could, just follow up really quickly on a point that Representative Rogers was making, that we have federal water quality standards, we have state water quality standards, and the tribal nations are able to set their own water quality standards. But, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but you cannot compel folks on private land, especially above the reservation on waters flowing onto reservation territory, to meet your standards unless there is an authority under the Clean Water Act, which my understanding is that very few, maybe one or two tribal nations have been granted that authority. Am I correct?
We try and work with our federal partners as much as we can, and we try to express our views on that. And obviously, we would like stricter standards. It kind of depends on, the administrations who's in charge of where those standards are at. And Sadly, I think some of those have gone away.
So if I may, that is kind of the crux of the question that I wanted to bring up, because I think we heard both of you say that water quality is a major issue for your lands and for your people. And we've talked about water rights and quantity, but quality is also a major issue. It's something we've talked about on this committee. I think we all share that the opinion that this is something that we need to address in this committee. So when we talk about water quality, we're talking about really two things: contact recreation, people who might want to recreate or fish or swim in streams, and then drinking water. And so one question I had was, for contact recreation, do you believe the standards are adequate? Which is a loaded question. I apologize if you don't want to answer that directly, but the state and federal standards that exist, are they adequate for the types of uses that you see on your reservation? And then for drinking water treatment, you spoke to it a little bit earlier, but what are the major hurdles for drinking water treatment?
Well, as far as like recreational and things like that, and I see that even up north of us in Banner Creek, of course they've got fish up there that do have traces of mercury. So, my opinion is anything like that is not acceptable. Probably one of the biggest concerns that we have, and even in our child center, early childhood center, EPA comes out and tests, and it seems like on a constant basis, and we get our water from Rural Water District 3, there's always traces of heavy metals. And so if that is coming down, and that is the standard for Water District 3, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's our standard. And of course, we would like those standards where there was no heavy metals in there. But again, trying to work with them to be able to, adopt a stricter standard is a challenge. We went up there 2 years ago to try and get a tribal representative on that water board. When we went up there for the election, they came up and told us, oh, well, we changed the process, so we can't do these elections right now. And then they appointed somebody in that position. So that we are a major consumer of water from that district. And if you look at, what our organization has contributed to Northeast Kansas and the amount of jobs, we are the largest employer in Northeast Kansas, yet we have no representation on that water district because they changed the rules. And again, they operate under a good old boy system, or, independently of any other oversight.
Thank you.
Representative Howerton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify and kind of piggyback off of Representative Rogers, and that it's clear in my mind, when you're talking about this patchwork, this is where it's not all tribal land. So you've sold some tribal land to private owners?
Under the 1892 Dawes Act, under that act, they allocated or allotted individuals 80 acres of land, or depending on whether they were households or anything like that. Because there were no jobs, those individuals after 25 years could sell their land, or they got cheated out of it. My grandfather had some land where he thought he was signing a lease. The guy said, no, you sold it to me, because he couldn't read English very well. So no, we didn't necessarily sell it. It was taken away from us, and we're doing what we can to buy it all back. This is the third time that we've had to buy back the 11 by 11.
Well, I'm really good at opening cans of worms, so thank you for that. And I have read about that, so
Yeah.
that makes complete sense. And then just to follow up, what water district was that?
We are served by Water District 3, if I'm Jackson 3 and Jackson 1.
This is a rural water district?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. And we meant, like I said earlier, we mentioned this to the Speaker of the House and to the Senate President about our concerns over this. And, You know, that was 2 years ago, and here we are today, still. Thank you.
Engineer Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. For Chairman Rudnick, just, you had said something, first of all, thank you for being here and your testimony. You used a term, and I wanted to make sure I understood what you meant by it, but you said we want to be water sovereign. And so I want to make sure I understand what you mean by that.
Because right now, we are served by Water District 3 and Water District 1, we would like to be water sovereign where it's under the ownership and jurisdiction of the tribe. So that's part of the process, is that we were looking at our own watershed reservoir, something like that, where we would serve our nation and provide those quality standards for our members.
Follow up, just, so are you anticipating having your own water treatment system as well?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Swati? And I was going to ask, but I want to make sure we're done asking the representatives. Are there any further questions for the representatives we have in the room before we move on to something else? Okay, well then, we appreciate your testimony very much. It's important. I think it does illustrate, and Earl will further illustrate, the complexity of these issues, and many western states and eastern states have had to deal with them. So again, we appreciate your time and your willingness to share with us. And Earl, if you wouldn't mind giving us kind of a brief recap of the Kickapoo, and I think that might be helpful, just because it's the most interaction I think the state as an entity has had over a water right issue with the tribe. So.
Yeah, thank you. And you could probably do the majority of this yourself, as you were involved with it directly at that point as well. I think we go back even further than the last 20 years, and I think we've seen the tribes struggle with water issues, and certainly the Kickapoo did for a number of years, and had a pretty rudimentary treatment system right on the Delaware, which is of course above Prairie Lake. And like has been described here, has a checkerboard tribal lands as well. And so I think that caused them to struggle with making sure they had enough revenue and enough customer base and all those things as well. I'm trying to remember in the early 2000s, we had significant drought. We had issues with the Kickapoo nearly running out of water because of the limited supply, and I think that really drove them into having the discussion with the state and with federal government about quantifying their tribal rights under the Winters Doctrine. I would say, from and I think the chair mentioned, and I think was also mentioned by a representative of the Potawatomi tribe, that we have 4 tribes in Kansas. There are 530 some across the United States. And there are other states that have many more tribes and much more, a larger footprint than we do here in Kansas. So a lot of, and much more or less precip, so much more strain. So I think Arizona is certainly struggling with that now. I would say that in general, if we think about it from the global standpoint of how Kansas and the Kickapoo went about things versus what we've seen from other states, I think we had a fairly amicable negotiation, productive negotiation. And I think it was one where in some ways we struggled with applying the Winters Doctrine in this part of the world, because the Winters Doctrine in short really says you essentially add up the amount of irrigable land that's on the footprint of the reservation and then figure out what's kind of a reasonable use for that. And that kind of quantifies the amount that should be determined to be the tribal water rights. And so obviously that's not exactly the situation that we have traditionally in this part of the state. And again, in this case, it was primarily a public water supply issue. That was the primary thing. It wasn't the only issue for the tribal rights, but it certainly was the driving factor, is making sure we had an adequate supply and a good treatment system. And so we ended up with a little over 4,000 acre feet of water rights. And at the federal level, an agreement to help fund some storage, primarily I think through NRCS. Through their PL 566 program. That still is in process. I think we're all frustrated that hasn't moved faster. But that's kind of where we are in this process. So there is a state quantification along with the tribes to say how big is this water right? How big does the state of Kansas recognize this water right is? Recognizing it is going to be the oldest water right in that system. And then how does that fit within our state administration in times of shortage? And then obviously, how do we work with the tribe and the federal government to try and get funding to implement better systems on tribal land so they can better serve their people?
Thank you for that. And it is one of the involvement of USDA in that process rather than, say, Department of Interior makes that I wouldn't necessarily see maybe the negotiation on the front end, but the way that's being implemented, my experience with our other Western state colleagues was that it's a very unusual path. Not that it won't be successful eventually, but it is a little bit different in model. So any further discussion on this or questions from the committee? Okay, we appreciate that. We are a little ahead of schedule. Let's take a break until 10 after 10 and see if we can get Mr. Unruh a little bit early. So we'll break till 10 after 10. Thank you. into session and move on to the next agenda item, which is a presentation from the Kansas Water Office on the state water plan and its development. Originally, Director Owen and Chair Bueller were to be here. Both of them have had family and medical issues come up over the weekend, so our thoughts and prayers are with them. But we do have the very capable Assistant Director, Matt Unruh, with us for this presentation today. Mr. Unruh, whenever you're ready. He is joining us via WebEx.
Good morning, Co-Chair Titus. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for that. And for legislative research staff, it does seem like maybe video is disabled on my end. So I don't know if there's anything setting wise that needs to be done on your end to let me pull myself up on camera or not. And while we're getting the tech squared away here, I guess I will mention I appreciate the ability and flexibility of the task force today to be able to have me participate remotely. I'm recovering from a recent medical procedure that I had late last week, so my ability to travel and be there in person is a little bit hampered currently, but appreciate the ability to connect with you all and present on Director Owen's behalf as well as Chair Bueller's behalf on the state water planning process and a little bit of the insight behind the current iteration of the state water plan. And also, I believe for staff on site, the slide should be present in slide deck. So if you are able to pull up the slides and advance them for me, that'd be appreciated. Thank you. And if you want to go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, very good. So appreciate the accommodations here and getting settled on the technology side of things. Again, I'm Matt Unruh, Assistant Director of Kansas Water Office, and we'll be touching on really what ends up being a two-part presentation that Victoria Asbury and myself will be giving you all for task force purposes today. The first part of this will be my portion of the presentation, reviewing the state water plan and some of the priorities and additional background on the water plan itself. And then Victoria, after lunch, will be touching on the state water plan fund and some of the budgeting considerations and ultimate direction when it comes to utilization of the state water plan fund for water plan implementation purposes. So I will be available for questions following this presentation as well as Victoria's as well. So some of the questions, depending on what the actual content is, it could be more appropriate following Victoria's presentation later today. But between her and I, her there in person and myself online, we'll be sure to navigate things as best as we can. And I guess really to kick things off, we thought it would be helpful from a water office standpoint to give a little bit of background regarding some of the history or building blocks that have taken place when it comes to basically the journey of water planning in Kansas as a whole. And really to kick things off, really we can place ourselves back to the 1950s. And if you think from a water resource management standpoint, what was taking place in the early to mid 50s, of course, many of you are aware or have firsthand knowledge of the 1951 floods and the extreme flooding impacts that were experienced in large parts of central and eastern Kansas when it comes to the flood events that took place during that period of time. And then right on the heels of the 1951 floods, we entered what essentially is our drought of planning record when it comes to water resource management in the state and the drought that was experienced in the early to mid 50s. So from a statewide management and response standpoint, having severe drought and flooding issues impacting us in the early to mid 1950s, there really was a legislative interest and really attention at all levels of government on what could be done to better manage water resources from a statewide standpoint. So on the heels of that 1951 flooding event and the early stages of that 52 to 56 to 57 drought period, in 1954, the Kansas legislature funded a statewide water study by what was at that time the Kansas Water Resources Fact-Finding and Research Committee. This report, as far as the outcomes that were identified within that, addressed the need for an organizational structure for comprehensive planning, including a closer look at working relationships amongst the respective state agencies. And what we have on the screen here is really one of the, I guess, the drawings from a later planning document, the Planning for Plenty, but really kind of highlights the overall coordination aspect of water resource management in the state and some of the players in that 1950s to 60s space when it came to water resources management at the statewide level. But really, I guess, going back to that committee, the Water Resources Fact-Finding and Research Committee, and the report identifying the need for organizational structure for comprehensive planning. In 1955, our predecessor, the Kansas Water Office's predecessor, the Water Resources Board, was established to fulfill this recommendation from that study. That Water Resources Board started planning by the 12 hydrologic units of the state. So if you look at how the state is identified from a HUC standpoint, there are 12 major hydrologic units, surface water units within the state. And part of that planning process identified needs and an overall resource inventory of water resources within those respective regions of the state. Moving further ahead into 1963, the State Water Plan Act expanded the role of the Water Resources Board into planning, policy, and coordination. This act also mandated a state water plan to be created in cooperation with other state agencies. Now, next slide on the screen here is we're moving ahead from the 60s into the 1970s. Another notable benchmark in water resource planning from a statewide standpoint was the 1978 Governor's Task Force. And one of the, I guess, a notable quote that I would draw on from the task force would be from Chair Lieutenant Governor Shelby, that was included within that Governor's Task Force report. And he said, more effective administration of water resources management at the outset and remains my, was at the outset and remains my concern. In the total scheme of things, it is important to recognize and keep in focus the lead position of the Kansas Water Resources Board. In my opinion, Kansas water management and the selling of water conservation ethic is a priority requiring cohesive central direction. Revision of the Kansas Water Plan is a must. It cannot be allowed to stagnate out of deference to custom or comfort to political sensitivities. So within the report, that quote was noted from Lieutenant Governor Shelby, and what you see on the screen here now is recommendation 36 included within the report. So notable within that was basically noting increased attention be given to the state water plan as the state's basic expression of policy on subjects relating to water conservation, planning, development, and management of states' water resources, and the principal means of assuring continuous coordination of research, regulatory development, and operational activities of the various state water agencies and local water entities. Next slide, please. So transitioning ahead from that 1978 Governor's Task Force report, we move forward to 1981 timeframe. And at that time, the legislature again discussed reorganization amongst the state's water resource agencies, and really a compromise that was established at that time led to the development of the Kansas Water Office. So at that time, in 1981, the Kansas Water Office was established as the water planning, policy, coordination, and marketing agency for the state. And four within statutory charges as expressed in 82A 903, would be a development and coordination of implementation of the state water plan by the Water Office. So the water plan in its current form was approved by the Kansas Water Authority in 1984. And in 1985, the Kansas Legislature endorsed the coordinated planning process through which the water plan was formed. If you look at that 1984 Kansas Water Plan, some of the key components of that was a policy focus that was developmental and focused on new programs or modification to existing programs needed to meet the water resource management challenges of the state, both from a quantity and quality standpoint. And fundamental to the planning process, really from the early stages and expressed within the 1984 water plan, as well as in the legislation that led to basically the development of the Kansas Water Office and the Kansas Water Authority itself, would be really the creation of that local feedback and voice mechanism to provide the citizens within the respective planning regions of the state an input opportunity for development of the water plan itself. So at that time, that led to the creation of the basin advisory committees. So within those 12 hydrologic units or planning areas, basin advisory committees were developed to provide that local input arm that fed to the formulation of priorities and considerations for inclusion within the water plan. Moving ahead to 1989 into the early 1990s, and this will be something that Victoria will touch on in more detail in her portion of the presentation. The State Water Plan Fund was created in 1989. Statute 82A 951 led to the creation of the State Water Plan Fund. And the fund itself addressed programs and projects, but from a budgetary planning view. So if you look at basically the implementation mechanism to be able to advance priorities and programs reflected within the state water plan itself, that state water plan fund was created in statute. And again, Victoria will speak to more of the details on the state water plan fund later this afternoon. Now, looking ahead to 1997, the Kansas legislature at that time directed a report addressing the overall direction of programs funded by the State Water Plan Fund. And this report provided preliminary goals for the Kansas Water Plan, which were to be achieved by 2010. Next slide, please. So with that foundation in place, I'll really kind of go into more of the details regarding the Water Office, some of our role, our engagement with the Water Authority, and then the water plan as a whole. And just for level setting purposes, we thought it'd be notable to highlight our current agency mission and purpose when it comes to Kansas Water Office operations. And from an agency mission standpoint, with that context and background in mind, our mission is to provide Kansans with the framework, policy, and tools developed in concert with agency partners and stakeholders to manage, secure, and protect a reliable, safe, and long-term statewide water supply. Agency purpose, again, with that primary statutory charge being development and coordination of implementation of the state water plan. Our purpose includes development of a comprehensive state water plan, coordination with water resource operations of agencies at all levels of government, ensuring adequate quantities of good quality water to meet future needs, and efficiently operate state-owned storage in our federal reservoirs. Next slide. On the next slide here, we see information regarding the Kansas Water Authority itself. And again, I mentioned earlier that that was established in 1981 in concert with the establishment of the Kansas Water Office at that time. The Water Authority as a whole is statutorily within and a part of the Kansas Water Office. And if you look at one of the primary charges of the Kansas Water Authority, they are to provide leadership to ensure that water policies and programs address the needs of all Kansans. And what you have on the screen here is the membership map of the Kansas Water Authority currently. I'm not sure, for those of you that are in the room and looking at things on the screen, how well the details of the map show up. So I won't go into all of the details on the map, but basically you see the current distribution of Kansas Water Authority members. The makeup of the authority as a whole from a voting member standpoint, there are 13 voting members of the Water Authority. 11 of those are appointed by the governor, 2 of those appointed by legislative leadership, one being the president of the Senate, other being the Speaker of the House. For those that are governor appointed positions, you see information regarding the nominating entities for their respective positions on the authority. So if you look at groundwater management districts, conservation districts, large water utilities, small water utilities, industry and commerce, at-large public, conservation environment. Those are some of the representatives that are included, or representative organizations or stakeholders that are included within the overall membership structure of the Kansas Water Authority as a whole. And this coordination, or the overall membership of the Water Authority, really looks to highlight coordination that takes place on the local, federal, and state levels when it comes to basically the diverse nature of the Water Authority as you see it currently. Next slide. So the Water Authority as a whole, again, is responsible for advising the governor, legislature, as well as the director of the Water Office on water policy issues. Part of their statutory charge, as well as approving the Kansas Water Plan, and we'll get into some of the more of the details regarding the Water Authority's role in the water plan here in a little bit. On an annual basis, they also develop recommendations for state water plan fund expenditures, which from a legislative standpoint, you typically see within their report to the governor and legislature. Also, for water office purposes, they have the role and responsibility of approving federal contracts that we enter into from a Kansas Water Office standpoint. Also, they have the ability to provide feedback on administration regulations and legislation proposed by the Water Office as a whole. So as far as the interaction between the Water Office and the Water Authority, that highlights some of the roles that we work with and coordinate with the Water Authority on. And again, as you will be seeing later on, I guess at the first part of 2016, there will be a new annual report that the Water Authority will be taking action on at their December Water Authority meeting that will be delivered to the governor and legislature at really the front end of the 2026 legislative session. Next slide, please. Now, in addition to the Kansas Water Authority, we have a local feedback and stakeholder advisory role in water resource planning at the state level. And what we have on the screen here is the regional advisory committees and their respective regional planning areas across state. And the map also shows the dots reflecting where current membership resides within each of those respective regional planning areas. So initially, for some of you that are aware of the water resource planning and the local engagement that's taken place early on up to this point when it comes to Water Office and Water Authority engagement, some of these planning areas had a modification that took place in 2014 in association with the vision and future of water supply in Kansas. Those efforts that were taking place at that time to really transition from those 12 surface water-based regional planning areas or basins to regional planning areas that are more representative of the diverse nature of water resources within the state. And what you'll notice on the screen here and on the map is that as we transition from west to east across state, we really transition from more of a groundwater-based management system to a surface water-based. So the ability to have regional planning areas that are reflective of local water resources, whether those are groundwater or surface water. Efforts were undertaken by the Water Office to better align those regional planning areas with the dominant water resource source within respective regions. So you see we really transition from more of what are not exactly groundwater management district-based regions, but representative of those GMDs within the western and to the south central part of the state. And then in the eastern part of the state, you see more surface water-based regional planning areas. So as far as the makeup of these regional advisory committees, really this planning structure provides us the ability to have local creation of resource issues, concerns, stakeholder engagement, citizen engagement at the local level that feeds into the water planning process of the state and ultimately is reflected or memorialized within the water plan as you see it in its current form. Next slide, please. Now, the role of the regional advisory committees, for one, they serve as a link to the public in their respective regions through interaction with various groups and individuals, as well as communicating information on concerns and issues to citizens within the region. So that first level of engagement and having the ability to have issues surface within respective regions and having a mechanism to have that stakeholder or public engagement is a key component of regional advisory committees. Also, a foundational component of the regional advisory committees is their role in advising the Water Office and Water Authority in identification of water-related problems, issues, and concerns within their respective regions. Again, also highlight their role when it comes to issues for consideration within the Kansas Water Plan. So that advisory capacity, both for Water Office and Water Authority, when it comes to water plan development, including implementation priorities and actions. So when it comes to the water plan, whether it's priorities or revisions to the water plan, they have played a role when it comes to that local feedback, that local mechanism for engagement in the Water Planning Act. And then finally, they also serve as a link to water management entities within the region to facilitate discussion and facilitate input on issue development and implementation related efforts. So again, that ability to serve as that local voice and also the mechanism to provide feedback on water related problems to the Water Office, Water Authority that ultimately work its way to the governor and legislature. That mechanism for that within water planning process is reflected within the regional advisory committees as well. Next slide, please. And let's go ahead and go to the next one as well. So we'll go ahead and transition to some of the policy and planning related discussion when it comes to the evolution of planning efforts from a state water plan standpoint. And one of the things that we thought was notable to highlight is, and again, we're moving through a lot of this information in quick order here and not able to give maybe all of these key topics due justice. But one thing that we would highlight, and kind of thinking back to the planning timeline that I highlighted to some extent, one of the things that's notable from a policy and planning standpoint is that over time there really has been a transitioning focus when it comes to policy, planning, and implementation related efforts over time from a water resource planning standpoint. And one of the things that we thought was notable, looking back to really the precursor to the 2009 water plan, was the policy planning process or policy issue planning process that really served as a precursor to the 2009 water plan. So fundamental within the water planning process as a whole from a statewide standpoint, whether it's the current iteration of the water plan or previous iterations, is really that ability to have comprehensive, coordinated, and continuous adaptive planning. And this policy process, even though all the details may not play out to basically the full extent to current, really from a big picture standpoint, this policy process remains true when it comes to engagement with the Water Authority, ultimately leading to basically their final approval of water plan itself or policy recommendations itself. So some of the, I guess, the key components of this that I would highlight, for one, would be that foundational within the front of any sort of process on the planning side of things, whether that's development of the water plan or policy recommendations for the authority, is that engagement at the local level. So the opportunity for public engagement, as well as engagement through the regional advisory committees, to either have issues surfaced or highlighted, or the ability to get additional feedback from the public and regional advisory committees when it comes to water planning or policy related issues, through that process as well. And engagement through the water office to the water authority. The water office works to compile information and share that information with the water authority, whether it's in working draft status or a more formal form. And then finally, when it comes to more of the, I guess, the formal memorialization or approval of the water plan or planning process as a whole, the ability for that planning process to have engagement leading up to development of a final draft and ultimately approval of the water plan itself, whether it's policy recommendations or the water plan as itself. So again, this is a process that was in place from 2004, but some of the foundational components of this still hold true today. Next slide, please. Now, more recently, we'll be shifting gears to the two most current iterations of the Kansas Water Plan itself. And prior to the 2022 Water Plan approval, the most recent iteration of the Water Plan was approved in 2009. And if you look at the makeup of the Water Plan in 2009 as a whole, it's really broken up into three sections or volumes. Volume 1, providing an overview of the water planning process and purpose of water policy and planning within the state, as well as a history of water planning. Volume 2 itself provided information on statewide water management policies and objectives. And then Volume 3, and this really kind of gets to some of the local engagement, and at that time would have been the basin advisory committees and some of that engagement at the local level. Information regarding the respective 12 basin sections at that times and respective priorities within those areas. Now, the overall structure of the plan itself, at that time as well, some of the information that was included would be notable objectives and goals to be reached, management categories that it would have included water management from a quantity standpoint, water conservation, public water supply, water quality, wetlands, flooding, recreation, data and research, and public information and education. Notable within the water plan at that time, there would have been policy recommendations and various management approaches that were also highlighted in that 2009 water plan. Next slide, please. Within the 2009 water plan, there were 19 objectives that were noted to be reached by 2010 or 2015. And for the purposes of task force and some of the previous discussions that you've had, instead of digging into the details of all 19 of those objectives at this time, we thought it might be notable to pull out some key themes that are reflective of some of the discussions that have taken place up to this point when it comes to the Water Program Task Force. And some examples of those objectives to be reached as highlighted within the 2009 water plan would be by 2010, ensure that surface water storage, sufficient surface water storage is available to meet projected year 2040 public water supply needs for areas of Kansas with current or potential access to surface water storage. By 2010, reduce water level decline rates within the Ogallala Aquifer and implement enhanced water management in targeted areas. And by 2010, reduce the average concentration of dissolved solids, metals, nitrates, pesticides, and volatile organic chemicals that adversely affect water quality of Kansas groundwater. So as far as some of the various water quality, surface water, and groundwater related themes that have come across in some of the discussions of task force up to this point, these would be some of the notable objectives that have taken place or were noted within the 2009 water plan, reflective of some of the discussion from the task force. For each of those examples, I guess I would highlight for that surface water storage one, kind of making the connection or through line to current implementation related efforts. What you will see in relation to that one would be basically being able to move forward with efforts to secure reservoir water supply storage, some of the investment opportunities that have helped the state and Kansas Water Office satisfy some of our unfunded obligations at that time when it comes to our public water supply storage program and that Corps of Engineers reservoir water supply storage. Also, the ability to advance reservoir sedimentation efforts would be some of the key actions that have taken place within that time. For the reducing water level declines within the Ogallala Aquifer, a couple of notable activities that have taken place that I think could make a direct connection to some of the priorities reflected within the 2009 water plan really would be the establishment of water conservation areas and LEMAs as well. So if you look at some of the through lines from those priorities or objectives and some of the successes or implementation efforts reflected within that, I think we can point to LEMAs and WCAs for advancing implementation efforts there. Then on the groundwater quality side of things, one note that I guess is of note for that respective objective would be shortly around that time, and I can't remember if it was just before that or just after that, there would have been a state-supported groundwater quality monitoring network that was disbanded at that time. So the ability to evaluate and track trends when it came to those water quality constituents from a groundwater quality standpoint were impacted primarily from a KDHE standpoint, their ability to fund that statewide groundwater quality monitoring network. Thanks to legislative support and support from the Governor Kelly administration as well, we've seen basically reestablishment of funding that has helped KDHE as well as in partnership with the Kansas Geological Survey continue to advance rebuilding of that groundwater quality monitoring network from a statewide standpoint as well. But if you look at least some of those objectives in the 2009 water plan and what that's translated to from an action standpoint from then up to this point, those are a couple of notable items for consideration, at least for task force purposes now. Next slide, please. So the schematic on the screen here now really highlights the current state water planning process that we worked through from a water office standpoint when it led to basically the development and approval of the current state water plan. So the current state water plan, which was approved by the Kansas Water Authority in August of 2022, leaned on this overall planning process as a whole. And really, I'll kind of walk you through the 5 aspects of this flow diagram here, starting with the top blue box would be really the starting point of the planning process, which is the issue identification that is incorporated in the planning process by the public, regional advisory committees, agencies, and other partners. So when it comes to the identification of issues and potential needs within the context of the state water planning process, really, we lean on this front end of the planning process to identify priorities at both the regional level and a statewide level to feed into the state water planning process. From that initial input that's fed into the water planning process, the water office then takes that information and compiles it and works on development of an initial draft of the Kansas water plan. So from those initial feedback opportunities, in large part, that would have taken place through the regional advisory committees and some of the local input opportunities that took place pre-COVID, water office staff worked to compile that and prepare a draft for Kansas Water Authority consideration. So that engagement with the water authority as we kind of transition to the third part of the process here Prior to going out to public input or hearing the formal portion of the process here, the Water Office worked with the Water Authority for one, to keep them up to speed on the progress of development of the draft, provide them an opportunity to provide some initial feedback to that draft, and then once we had that engagement opportunity with the Water Authority, kept them abreast of the progress up to that point, and worked with them prior to putting a draft water plan out for public hearing. So as far as the overall formal approval process of the Kansas Water Plan, there is a statutory requirement that the Water Office hold a public hearing. And in this case, we held 2 public hearings for the 2022 water plan itself, provide that opportunity for public input beyond what took place even earlier on within the process. And from that public hearing process and the hearings that take place, consider comments that are provided through that formal hearing process in a final draft or development of a final draft of a water plan. Following public hearing, Water Office staff compiled all the public comments that were provided, considered those, and made appropriate modifications to that draft water plan document as a whole, and then brought that forward to the Water Authority for approval. As I mentioned earlier, that final draft was brought forward to the Water Authority at their August 22 meeting in Manhattan, Kansas, I believe. At that meeting, they took action on approval of the Kansas Water Plan. Now, once the Water Authority approves the Kansas Water Plan, really the next and final stage of the overall water planning process from a statewide standpoint is using that as a foundational document that the Water Office, Water Authority, ex officio agencies of the Water Authority, and really multiple entities utilize to advise the governor, legislature, and other decision makers on issues and priorities that are reflected within the water plan and needs that are reflected within water plan itself to advance implementation on those priorities that are reflected. Now, the slide that's on the screen here, so it shows a couple of screenshots for one of the water plan itself. So if you haven't had a chance to see the water plan in its current form, we have this document posted on the Kansas Water Office webpage. And I'm kind of making note as well. There's probably some of these documents, such as water plan and others, that we can look to share with the task force after the meeting today. So we'll be sure to send a link to this as well if you don't already have this in hand. But the most recent version of the water plan was updated and completed in 2022. That update process, one of the unique challenges that we encountered from a Water Office standpoint during that time was initiating a water plan update prior to COVID and then working through a water plan update during COVID as well. So part of the gap time between 2009 and 2022 was basically accounting for a transition from a development standpoint to account for COVID, but then also notable within that time frame between the 2009 and 2022 water plan updates would be the efforts that started in 2014 and 2015 when it came to, at that time, the 50-year vision or the vision for future water supply in Kansas, as well as Blue Ribbon Funding Task Force efforts during that time. So even though there was not a formalized water plan update between 2009 and 2022, obviously there was water planning processes that were taking place in association with multiple efforts in that 50-year vision, and the task force, the funding task force, were key components of that in that time frame as well. During that particular time frame, and I guess for just further connecting the dots on the timeline, in 2013, if you recall, Governor Brownback would have issued the call to action for development of that 50-year vision. There was a stakeholder outreach phase of vision development that took place from December of 2013 into July of 2014. And at the governor's water conference in November of 2014, the 50-year vision or vision of the future of water supply was publicly released and unveiled at that time. The Blue Ribbon Funding Task Force in large part met throughout 2016, and there was a report that was provided from the Blue Ribbon Funding Task Force that was delivered to the 2017 Kansas Legislature. So again, some notable planning activities and timeline in association with some of those more recent water planning efforts at the state level. Next slide, please. Now, for the 2022 Kansas Water Plan, for public comments during the formal public comment phase, we received roughly 329 comments, and some of the, I guess, examples of commenters are included within the chart that you see on the right side of the screen here. I won't go into detail and read out all of the names of the individuals and organizations, but one thing that I would highlight here is that if you look at the overall makeup of the commenters within the formal commenter phase, really this kind of ranges the gamut when it comes to individuals, interested organizations at multiple levels, whether you're looking at groundwater management districts, conservation districts, nonprofit organizations, commodity organizations, and other water resource management agencies and organizations. So from a diversity standpoint, this graphic here really looks to highlight the diversity of those commenting on the state water plan as a whole. And again, as I would have mentioned previously, from those 300 plus comments that we received during the formal comment phase of the Kansas water plan development process, Water Office staff reviewed each of those 300 plus comments, tried to incorporate those accordingly within a final draft document of the Kansas water plan as a whole. And then ultimately that final draft is what was brought forward to the Water Authority for consideration and approval in August of 2022. Next slide, please. So from a procedural standpoint, this graphic here, and I won't get into all of the details because this is more for example purposes, but as we were working through that 2022 development process, this is, I guess, part of the process in large part that we would have utilized of it. And for presentation purposes, we thought that some of the key themes that were highlighted in here gave a good picture of the overall development process, really from start to finish within that. So this was one of the examples that we used when it came to communication with the Water Authority at that time. And in this case, some of the regional advisory committees regarding their role in development of priorities and ultimate inclusion of those priorities within water plan itself. And if you really kind of transition from left to right across this flow chart here, you see first off within the overall planning process itself, was development of regional sections. So working to engage with the respective regional advisory committees. In this case, the Neosho region is highlighted here, but working with them to identify priorities that are representative of regional priorities as well as statewide priorities that helped inform various aspects of the water plan and guiding principles reflected within. If you transition on to the next portion of that, from that local feedback that was provided and engagement with the Water Authority on some of those issues and priorities that were highlighted in the first stage of the process, Water Office took that information, looked to compile information and packaged potential or draft goals or recommendations for consideration by the Water Authority, and some of the language that was included within both regional sections as well as the document as a whole in initial draft status. Transitioning on further into the process as we're looking towards more of the, I guess, formal portion of the process. Once that initial working draft was in place, this provided the foundation for further review and approval of guiding principle sections of the water plan, getting the overall document itself ready for more formal input on the overall completion process. So taking those draft sections, whether it's the regional sections or the guiding principle sections as a whole, and reviewing that with the water authority and getting feedback from the authority and taking that into consideration in development of a draft water plan. From that feedback portion of the overall process, that was then compiled, and then water office staff did internal review, made modifications as determined appropriate from water authority feedback as well as other feedback, and posted a final draft version of the water plan. Once that final draft version of the water plan, or I guess in this case it was still working draft, but with that development of a working draft led to basically the initiation of the formal public hearing portion of the water plan development process. So from that initial review and posting a final version, we went to public hearing for the state water plan itself. An external review, that was the opportunity to hold those two public hearings. Additional public comments were able to be provided to the water office through a comment portal that we posted. And then those comments were compiled and reviewed by the water office and shared with the water authority, leading up to basically their final review of that final draft plan. From that final review of the water authority, they ultimately approved the water plan itself, and post water authority approval, a final approved version of the water plan was posted to the Kansas Water Office webpage, and again shared with the Kansas Legislature and governor and other entities when it comes to basically that foundational document to help guide and inform water resource management and planning at the state level. Next slide, please. Now, the current iteration of the water plan, as we've touched on maybe to some extent over various presentations with task force and other legislative committees over the past several years, the water plan itself really is broken up into 5 guiding principles. So the current iteration of the water plan, 2022 water plan, has 5 guiding principles. And you can also look at these 5 guiding principles as really some of the primary issues that we have from a statewide water resource management standpoint. So as far as the 5 guiding principles itself, first off would be conserve and extend the High Plains Aquifer. So being responsive to the declines of the High Plains Aquifer, a foundational component or guiding principle of the current water plan is looking to conserve and extend the High Plains Aquifer. 2, being secure, protect, and restore our Kansas reservoirs. So for reasons such as reservoir sedimentation, upstream watershed conservation practice implementation, as well as some of the various efforts that have taken place over the past several years to secure that reservoir water supply storage and some of the financial obligations associated with that, particularly for our liabilities for our water supply program. From a Kansas Water Office and state standpoint, we have secure, protect, and restore our Kansas reservoirs. Guiding principle number 3 would be improve our state's water quality. So both for surface and groundwater quality issues, having that focus on basically aligning resources and priorities to improve our state's water quality, both surface and groundwater quality. Guiding principle number 4 being reducing our vulnerability to extreme events. So thinking back to our early days of water resource planning at the statewide level and some of the triggers that led to basically development of the Water Resources Board, the 51 flood and the 52 to 57 drought period. Our state vulnerability to extreme events, both on the flood and drought side of things, has been something that is a constant and ongoing challenge. So looking at priorities and recommendations that can be implemented to help reduce our vulnerability as a guiding principle as well. And guiding principle number 5 being increasing awareness of Kansas water resources. So one of the foundational components of some of the efforts that thinking back to the vision for the future water supply in Kansas and some of the education and outreach efforts associated with that would be a key issue from an awareness standpoint that was highlighted in multiple forums was just I guess, an understanding and in some cases concern of the lack of awareness that the general public has on water resources as a whole. So when it comes to basically being aware of the state of resources, both from a water quantity and quality standpoint. There's an identified education gap when it comes to basically that overall awareness of Kansas water resources. So that fifth guiding principle looks at basically multiple ways that the state as well as other partners can look to increase awareness of Kansas water resources. So the current iteration of the water plan approved in 2022 has those 5 guiding principles that serve as foundational components of the plan itself. Next slide, please. Now, within each of the guiding principle sections, there's a general standard format that we have regarding consolidation of information within each of the respective sections. And what you'll see on the screen here would be really some of the key areas that are highlighted within each of those guiding principle sections. So generally speaking, each of the guiding principle sections have some issue background information. So whether we're looking at characterizing conditions of the High Plains Aquifer, reservoirs, water supply in Kansas, surface water monitoring, and a history of flood and drought. Those are some of the issues that are highlighted with additional background information within each of the guiding principle sections. There's also information regarding policy and program recommendations within each of the guiding principle sections. So whether it's educating producers on irrigation efficiency technology, increased modeling for reservoir water supply management, supporting soil health practices and nutrient reduction efforts, or enhanced flood planning, there are policy and program recommendations that are included within each of those sections as well. There's also implementation actions that are included within each of the sections, and some examples of some of those actions might include support for water conservation practice implementation, pursuing in-lake sediment management, encouraging projects and communities and water quality initiatives in collaboration with multiple user groups, and drought management when it comes to reservoir water supply. So again, examples of implementation actions that are included within those guiding principle sections. And then finally, when it comes to some of the information that's included within the sections as well, there's also information that highlights ways to measure success when it comes to implementation progress for those respective guiding principle sections. So whether it's increased measurement of reservoir conditions, lowering economic impact of extreme events, whether that's flood or drought conditions, or improving attitudes towards conservation and cooperation, some of the ways that we can look to measure success of implementation of the water plan are included within those guiding principle sections. There's also data, studying, and research needs, as well as funding and resource needs that are included within each of those guiding principle sections as well. Next slide, please. So in addition to the guiding principle sections, you'll also see information reflective of regional advisory committees and those respective regional planning areas and their goals and action plans. So some of the examples that we have on the screen here, you see a screenshot from the Kansas regional planning area and some of the primary issues highlighted there. And first off, you see water supply availability and reservoir sedimentation impacts to that water supply availability. In the center part of the screen here, you see an example pulled from the Cimarron regional planning area, so Southwest Kansas. From a regional issues and priorities standpoint, you see the first area highlighted would be the Ogallala Aquifer level declines. And again, a graphic that I know a number of us have seen, and from the Kansas Geological Survey highlighting the decline rates of the Ogallala there. And then the far right portion of the screen really just again provides some context regarding those 14 regional planning areas. And these respective sections included within the water plan for all 14 of our regional planning areas. Each regional advisory committee through this planning process, again, has identified their primary water resource issues and concerns, regional issues and priorities, and those are reflected in large part within these regional sections included within the water plan and document as a whole. Next slide, please. So for the final portion of my presentation here, we'll really highlight some of the ongoing policy planning and implementation related efforts. So next slide, we'll transition to some of the more recent policy recommendations that have come from the Kansas Water Authority and have been reflected in some of the past annual reports to the governor and legislature. So again, these would not be necessarily the policy priorities that will be reflected in the annual report that will be delivered in advance of this legislative session. But if you look at some of the policy priorities that have been reflected by the Water Authority over the past several years, some of the key areas that have been highlighted from a policy priority standpoint would be, for one, increasing funding for the state water plan. Another area that's been prioritized from a water authority standpoint would be looking at efforts to encourage consideration of regionalization for public water supply infrastructure related efforts, both on the drinking water and wastewater side of things. Another thing that has been prioritized, and I think would be reflected within respective state water plan fund program lines now currently, would be appropriating money for leveraging matching funds. So in basically response to this respective priority and some of the legislative approval and ultimate approval of appropriations for state water plan fund expenditures, there have been some transitions in funding lines that have allowed for particularly Kansas Water Office and Department of Agriculture programs to be able to have more, I guess, nimble leveraging funding resources to serve as matching funds for pursuit of federal grant opportunities or program opportunities, such as regional conservation partnership program efforts, as well as other non-state funded related efforts. So again, those priorities and where we're at currently on an implementation side of things, we have several resources that we can look at from a state water plan fund standpoint that allow us to better leverage those state water plan fund resources. And then another one would be their stating of the policy of planned depletion of the Ogallala Aquifer no longer being in the best interest of the state of Kansas. So again, just some of the recent policy priorities and recommendations that have been developed by the Kansas Water Authority and reflected in some of the recent annual reports to the governor and legislature. I will just give task force members a heads up that the Water Authority is currently considering additional policy recommendations that would be included within the upcoming annual report to the governor and legislature, so that there will be some additional discussion on those policy recommendations at the December Kansas Water Authority meeting. And then following that, that information will be shared with members of the legislature and governor for consideration in advance of the 2026 legislative session. Next slide, please. Now, on the evaluation side of things, one of the things that the Water Office also does, and this kind of gets to the regional advisory committees and the goals and action plans that have been implemented for each of the 14 regional planning areas, would be that engagement with the respective regional advisory committees, for one, to update them on implementation status of their respective regional goals and action plans, and also have the ability to, through this feedback mechanism and basically the sharing of information with the regional advisory committees, to identify potential additional needs, progress that have been made on those respective action plans, and any additional state agency engagement that would be necessary to facilitate further implementation efforts of their respective regional goals and action plans. So the Water Office, really in large part over the last several years, have been engaged in an iterative process with each of the 14 regional advisory committees to keep them up to speed on implementation progress, get their feedback on opportunities for maybe modification to timeline or identification of additional needs to facilitate further implementation, of those respective regional goals and action plans. And then Water Office, as well as other state agency partners, taking that information into consideration, as well as the Water Authority, to help further inform implementation priorities and efforts moving forward. Next slide. And bringing things up to current and what is really the most recent planning effort that's taken place, thinking back to, in large part, the efforts that took place over 2024. What we have on the screen here now really provides kind of the context of moving forward with water plan implementation, the strategic planning process that took place through 2024, as well as some of the outcomes and potential metrics that were identified for consideration with that 2024 Kansas Water Plan implementation framework. Now, within the context of that 2024 Kansas Water Plan implementation framework, if you think back to the overall structure of that, there would have been essentially 10-year outcomes that were established with development of a long-term program to support implementation efforts on the state water plan fund side of things, but there was also a ramp up period that accounted for state fiscal years 26 and 27. So there was a 2-year ramp up period with outcomes associated with the respective priorities reflected within the implementation framework for both that ramp up period and then looking out to that 2035 10-year period. So as far as the implementation framework itself and the ability to evaluate progress of implementation, some of the outcomes that were reflected within the 2024 Kansas Water Plan implementation framework provide us, from a Water Office standpoint, as well as with the Water Authority and agency partners, to evaluate progress towards those outcomes, both on the ramp up period as well as looking out to 2030 or 2035, and then the ability to basically have an iterative planning framework in place that allows for necessary changes to deliver on those outcomes moving forward. Now, as far as recommendations that were included within basically the performance and delivery improvements that were noted within the implementation framework and alignment with programs itself, just for one, you'll notice that there was basically a multi-generational promise, or basically that 50-year promise is looking at basically water supply and beyond that 10-year outcome from a 50-year vantage point to do what we can within the context of this program and framework to deliver on that multi-generational promise of delivery of clean and adequate water supply for all portions of the state. There was also a regional planning and development component of that opportunity to evaluate regionalization, streamlining water programs, creating a statewide water dashboard that would hopefully provide an emphasis and focus on outcomes delivered, or the ability to evaluate progress, to emphasize focus on outcomes delivered through the overall program itself, and prioritizing cost share programs to reduce water usage, as well as enhancing federal collaboration. So again, some of the recommendations that were included within the overall implementation framework hit on some of those key themes. Next slide. So for example purposes, what we have on the screen here would be some of the goals of the implementation framework that are aligned with previous discussion and some of the priorities that have been discussed for task force purposes. So again, this is for example purposes, but as you're looking at basically what the implementation framework has in place and our ability to measure progress on water plan implementation, these are some of the areas that are highlighted within that 2024 implementation framework. And looking at improving irrigation efficiency, reducing sedimentation rates, groundwater quality protection, and then education and outreach. So on the irrigation efficiency side of things, you see that 2-year metric. So basically that ramp up period, which covers fiscal year 26 out to 27, a 2-year metric that's could be a measure of success or progress when it comes to the ability to improve irrigation efficiency would be implementing the High Plains Aquifer RCPP project to enable additional irrigation systems with technology upgrades. There's also an extensive evaluation component when it comes to system evaluations associated with that work. So in addition to basically the technology upgrades, providing those technical assistance capacity needs through groundwater management districts and in partnership with state agency partners to provide that on the ground technical assistance capacity to evaluate the overall effectiveness and efficiency of operation of irrigation technologies, systems as a whole, or irrigation points of use as a whole. Looking out to that 10-year metric itself, as you're looking at a measure of success or progress being made on improving irrigation efficiency, a potential measure of that would be looking at technology upgrades for 10,000 irrigation systems and providing that system audit capacity support for 15,000 systems to achieve a 15% reduction in water usage. So as you're looking at basically some of the tools and resources and what could be an ultimate outcome looking out to that 10-year metric, if adequate resources, both on the personnel and funding side of things, are there to work towards that, there's the potential to receive a 15% reduction based off of some of the projections on the technology upgrades and system audits and some of the conservation benefits associated with that. Now, on the reduction of reservoir sedimentation rates, we think back to really what started on the planning side of things more than a handful of years ago when it came to initiation of planning for a water injection dredging pilot project at Tuttle Creek Lake. As all of you are aware, just several months ago, we had basically the first round of what would be 3 dredging sessions or whitting sessions at Tuttle Creek Lake in association with that pilot project. So as we're looking to advance in lake sediment management efforts from a statewide standpoint, that ability to have innovation taking place and evaluating the impacts of that potential innovation technology for reducing sedimentation rates, we are moving forward with water injection dredging at Tuttle Creek Lake during this ramp up period. As you're looking out to the 10-year metric as far as overall ability to evaluate or measure progress made on reducing sedimentation rates, particularly in lake sediment management, we hope that at least on the planning side of things and ultimately moving towards a implementation phase, that we have the ability from a state standpoint to be in position to have at least 6 reservoirs as a whole, so 100% in reservoir sediment management, either ongoing or recently completed, at least at the innovative type stage for 6 reservoirs, including Tuttle Creek Lake. So looking out into the future, continuing on with basically prioritizing in lake sediment management, as well as some of the upstream efforts that give that comprehensive in lake sediment management work the support that it needs. On the groundwater quality protection side of things, and this is aligned with really the Orphan Sites program, in large part from Department of Health and Environment and their contamination remediation efforts, having resources that help to remediate 4 sites each year during this ramp up period, as well as continuation of the build out of or rebuilding of the groundwater quality network, the ability to obtain groundwater quality data from 300 wells across the state would be several of the groundwater quality protection related efforts that are included within consideration for this 2-year ramp up period. Looking out to basically 10 years, a potential measure of success or progress could be remediation of 50 contaminated sites and ongoing groundwater quality sampling that help to build a database for characterizing groundwater quality conditions from a statewide standpoint. Then finally, on the education and outreach side of things, during the 2-year ramp up period, looking to establish a statewide water awareness campaign and development of a one-stop shop website for water resources. Looking out to basically 10 years from now, 2035, the ability to establish an online dashboard for Kansans to access data on water issues, whether it's water quantity or quality, and making progress towards sustainable water supply across the state. So just some examples of some of the opportunities that are built into the implementation framework, both in the short term and out to basically that 10-year time frame, that serve as measures of progress or success for the implementation efforts associated with the Kansas Water Plan as a whole. Next slide, please. So with that, in closing, I might just mention, and again, I'll fully admit that for information that was provided today, we didn't have enough time to get into full detail on the context, especially the history side of things when it comes to water planning from a statewide standpoint. But I would maybe just highlight, as you look at some of the key themes that I look to pull away from water planning and policy from a statewide standpoint, going back to the early 1950s. Really, you can see some key themes that pull out when it comes to kind of the policy and planning realm or dynamic and implementation efforts and priorities as well. So one of the things that I guess I would leave the task force with some closing thoughts on this would be, for one, expressing appreciation for the efforts of all of you when it comes to trying to get a better handle of some of the intricacies of water policy and planning from a statewide standpoint, but also recognizing the complexities that are in place and really the evolution over time when it comes to some of these policy and implementation related discussions over time. So I hope that today's presentation and ultimately what Victoria will be sharing later on this afternoon when it comes to the Water Plan Fund as a whole provide some sufficient, adequate additional context for water planning from a statewide standpoint, some of the tools and vehicles that we have in place on the implementation side of things, as well as the ability to evaluate progress moving forward from an implementation standpoint. And with that said, Mr. Co-chairs and members of the task force, I would be happy to stand for any questions or listen in on any discussion you all might have.
All right, thank you, Matt. We'll give you just a second to catch your breath there after all that information. Just to remind the committee, we have a good amount of time here for questions. That was intentional. This is our opportunity to really dig in and understand the planning process. Again, keep in mind, we'll have a full presentation similar to this on how we fund things and identify funding projects. So just keep that in mind when you're formulating your questions. So with that in mind, I'll sort of start with a couple here to set the table a little bit. So I appreciate all the work you put into this, and I've reviewed the water plan document a couple of times, and kind of the question I walk away with at the beginning is, who's responsible for implementing this? There's things in there, and well, if we did more data on this, or if we had this vague accomplishment, from the water office's point of view, and as far as you can speak for the water authority, who's responsible for implementing this plan?
Well, I appreciate the question. And I would say from a foundational standpoint, the statutory responsibility when it comes to development and coordination of the implementation of the water plan currently resides within the Kansas Water Office. So as far as kind of that primary responsibility when it comes to the implementation side of things, I think it's fair to say that the Water Office serves as kind of that starting entity. I will say from, I guess, an implementation standpoint, this kind of really gets to the coordination aspect of implementation from a Water Office standpoint. If you look at where programs are aligned on the water plan funding side of things, really in large part, if you look at the implementation vehicles associated with water plan implementation, The majority of the water plan funding itself comes to the Water Office, Department of Health and Environment, and Department of Agriculture. So as you look at, I guess, the respective agencies that have programs that help facilitate additional implementation of water plan related priorities, it in large part would be funding that's provided through the Water Plan Fund to the Water Office, Department of Agriculture, and Department of Health and Environment that serve as that implementation focus for the water plan. So on the coordination and implementation side of things, Water Office, but through our agency partnerships and collaboration that we have with really in large part all of the ex officio agencies of the Water Authority, and particularly the Department of Health and Environment and Department of Agriculture, we really look to coordinate on the various aspects of implementation through those funding resources received through the water plan.
And sort of an example of where I'm not sure I have enough clarity. So under the reservoir section and measuring success, there's a statement in here. It is necessary to incorporate both quantitative and qualitative metrics into future water resource plan development to monitor whether public funds and user fees are utilized productively and efficiently support the future reservoirs within the state. So is the agencies bringing that to us with specific plans and specific funding and specific metrics, or as am I as a legislator and some of us are appropriators, are we supposed to develop the entire programs ourselves? Or how do we go from, yeah, I understand we need more data to, but how do we actually measure that and make that come into being? So that, and I'm not sure what exactly we're measuring there either, but who develops the metrics? How do we find out about them if they have to be funded?
Yep, very, very good question. I appreciate that too. And I'd say on the development of the metric side of things, the implementation framework really provides, I guess, the starting point of development of those. But when it comes to basically information, for one, when it comes to what is necessary for legislative purposes and on the appropriation side of things, information that you would lean on to help further inform some of your discussions on the decision-making and ultimate appropriation side of things. I think we're at a point in this process where any sort of information that you feel would be helpful for discussion purposes on the funding side of things, we're at a point in time when it comes to development of those metrics that information can be accounted for and further considered when it comes to the build out of those metrics itself. So thinking back to basically that 2-year ramp up period included within the implementation framework, a component of that was noted to be development of those metrics, as you mentioned, Chair Titus. So noting that basically looking at the time frame for that 2-year ramp up period, basically being current fiscal year on into 27, in addition to the information that we already provide for each of our respective agency budgets when it comes to performance-based budget metrics that Water Office would have included for our programs and efforts. KDA would have provided KDHE for their respective budget considerations. If there's additional information that would be helpful for your respective discussions to help further inform those legislative priorities, we can account for that when it comes to the further build out and finalization of those metrics moving forward with what would be the foundational components of this implementation framework as a whole.
I would note, for example, when we worked budgets last year in Senate Ag, the Water Office had not updated its performance-based budgeting metrics in many years. And so this is an example of where we're not even, you guys aren't even identifying to us the need for the metrics. Along those lines, so you mentioned like the 2009 plan that's sat on the shelf for a while there and the 19 different projects. How many of those would you say we successfully met? Did you guys evaluate all of those before going into the 2022 process, or did you just go clean slate and not consider progress on those?
So in regards to the 2009 water plan, I guess maybe what I would draw on would be, and again, my history with the Water Office starts in 2012. So that when we get kind of really prior to the 50-year vision, I'm a little more foggy on that. But I will say when it came to basically moving forward with the 2009 water plan, and the evaluation of that, really of note, at least from my perspective, would be the 50-year vision process that took place and development of the 50-year vision. So as far as the ability to evaluate progress associated with the 2009 water plan, and then in association with 50-year vision, further focus on priorities that were reflected within the water visioning process and ultimate vision, which in large part look to focus on basically the High Plains aquifer water supply and reservoir water supply. Basically, the narrowing of focus to those key areas for visioning purposes was an evolution of the planning process from 2009 to that 2014, 2015 visioning timeframe. And I know Earl is in the room and he might have some additional context to provide on basically that portion of the transition. When it comes to basically the 50-year vision to the 2022 water plan, one of the things that we look to do from a water office standpoint was incorporate really the majority, if not all, of the key aspects of that 50-year vision into a new water plan itself. And a component of that 50-year vision that really kind of gets to evaluating progress of implementation efforts would have been, at that time, it was basically establishment and development of what we called state of the resource reports. So as you're looking at basically the ultimate measure of success or progress when it came to water plan related implementation, putting the focus on the actual resource itself. So when it comes to groundwater water supply, looking at water levels and trends over time when it comes to rates of decline, when it comes to reservoir water supply and sedimentation impacts from that, basically those sedimentation rates over time and whether program efforts are making any sort of changes to those particular rates of sedimentation over time. Then on the water quality side of things, looking at information that KDHE compiles in large part in association with their 303D list related efforts and some of the data analysis that they conduct and looking at trends over time when it comes to the number of waters that are listed for water quality purposes. And again, for water quality standard purposes, noting that those impaired water counts and trends are only reflective of conditions for surface water quality issues. So from vision to state of the resource to current iteration of the water plan, really in large part, the evaluation component of that up to this point, prior to discussion and development of these performance metrics that are included within the implementation framework, as well as performance-based budgets, look to have that resource-related focus to it. And I think there's been probably some presentations that have taken place in a number of committees as well as task force purposes that have encapsulated some of those trends over time. But as far as the overall measure of progress, keeping resource mindset of first and foremost thought when it comes to basically evaluating progress. For the 2022 water plan and implementation framework, we recognize that that resource focused look, we need to expand beyond that and provide that mechanism for program related evaluation and making the connection to those respective resource concerns. So what you see within the implementation framework, and Senator Titus, you mentioned from a water office standpoint, some of the data nature of our previous performance-based budget metrics. One of the things that we've also done, and I think both KDHE and KDA to maybe some extent have done this as well, is look to try to better align our performance-based budget metrics with current water plan priorities, whether that's the 2022 water plan or the implementation framework. So I'm hopeful as you and other legislators start to look at agency budgets and some of that sort of information, you see better alignment with some of those priorities and the ability to have programs that have metrics that allow for some of that evaluation. But as far as the, I guess, direct linear comparison between 2009 water plan and 2022 water plan itself, I don't know that we can point to basically that direct effort of from a water office standpoint, having looked at the 2009 goals and objectives in totality, determine success that was made on the implementation front in association with those, and then make that direct connection to basically goals as reflected in the plan. Basically, it's been an evolving process from that 2009 plan to the 50-year vision to get us up to this point. That's not to say that we couldn't do that comparison, but as far as that direct comparison, as far as the current iteration of the plan, we really leaned more on the vision than we did the 2009 water plan.
And one more, and then I'll open it up to the committee. I noticed in the measuring recommended actions and measuring success for the various areas, there were a couple areas in the new water plan where you recommend either a creation of a special formal process or a new committee to set metrics and review that. One of these, I'm looking at the reservoir one right in front of me now, and there was at least one other I saw when I skimmed through this last night. Have you created any of those committees or additional processes to develop the metrics and the implementation and things like that yet?
So in regards to the establishment of those committees specifically, and the one you're highlighting kind of mentions the reservoir water supply piece of it, I believe there might be some similar language, whether it's implementation framework or maybe past annual reports to the governor and legislature to highlight some of the metrics on the groundwater side of things as well. So that High Plains aquifer related focus is highlighted in other aspects of some of the previous planning efforts. Those committees or structures themselves have not been established or initiated, but really the intent for those in the current iteration of the language that you're drawing on was really looking to establish that framework within the context of the water authority as a whole. So basically the water authority serving as at least a sounding board for some of the development of those metrics from either a topical standpoint or the authority as a whole. And I think what we maybe point to that's transitioned us maybe to being closer to that formal initiation of that process, at least how envisioned with the water authority is. And I can't remember if this would have been highlighted in previous presentations or not, but there's been really a recent transition within the water authority when it comes to the overall committee structure of the authority. And we've transitioned from what was previously just two standing committees of the water authority, one being Public Water Supply Committee, the second being a Regional Advisory Committee, Operations Committee. We've established topical committees that are better aligned with the guiding principles of the 2022 water plan. So if you look at the current committee structure of the water authority, we have three primary topical committees, one being High Plains Aquifer Water Supply Committee, second one being Reservoir Public Water Supply Committee, and third being Water Quality Committee. So as you touch on, I guess in your example, the reservoir component of those developing the metrics for consideration here, that committee structure as the water authority currently sits provides some of that almost working group type nature within the context of the water authority to be able to move forward with some of those efforts. That process itself, when it came to development of that committee structure, just took place within basically the startup of their budget recommendation development process, but has remained in place when it comes to the policy discussions that are taking place from a water authority standpoint. So I believe, even though we can't point to, I guess, the specific initiation of that metric development process, I think the structure itself within the context of the water authority, those topical committees feeding and serving as some of those, I guess, more focused discussion groups for respective guiding principles, provide that structure that would facilitate being able to move forward with some of that work in the near future.
Thank you, Matt. Representative Rajes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt, thanks for joining us. I thought I could talk without taking a breath, but you've done really good this morning here.
Appreciate it.
Just a couple of things and kind of highlighting a little bit of what we heard earlier today. Sounds to me like we have a lot of committee work, and not that that isn't bad, and not that we don't need to hear from a lot of voices. And that's where I'm getting, Mr. Chairman, to my question is, can we committee ourselves to death and continue to spin our wheels in moving forward? Because it seems like if we don't get the answer we want, let's just create another committee and then we'll get there. So my point is a couple of things. One is the regional advisory committees. They're there. How closely do you listen to them? How closely, with their recommendations, because there truly are boots on the ground. The other thing is we heard from our tribal leaders today. And do you have communication with them? Are they part of that discussion process? Because I think they've been kind of put in here this morning as we look at the overall picture. So, Mr. Chairman, that's kind of my question is those two, and then the position kind of they're given as you all go about the deliberative process. Thanks.
Appreciate the two questions. And on the first one, in relation to the regional advisory committees and I guess their ability to provide feedback, our ability to listen and consider that moving forward, I would say, for one, from a large part from a water office standpoint, we listen very closely to the feedback that's provided by each of the 14 regional advisory committees. I think what you would see if you haven't had a chance yet within the context of the water plan and the priorities that are reflected from each of the 14 regional planning areas. In large part, really the language that's included within the current draft of the water plan is an exact representation of the feedback that was provided from each of the 14 regional planning areas. And with that feedback in mind, and this is kind of setting the stage for maybe a portion of Victoria's presentation this afternoon. One of the things from, I guess, if you look at our primary implementation vehicle when it comes to water plan implementation being the State Water Plan Fund, our water plan recommendation or water plan funding recommendation development process has always had a regional advisory committee or local component to that feedback loop. So when it comes to basically the priorities that are reflected or considered for appropriation related support when it comes to the various funding lines that are supported by State Water Plan Fund recommendations. We have always, during my time with the Water Office, looked to engage the regional advisory committees and have them be really an initial part or early part of that budget recommendation development process. So I think from a legislative standpoint, I hope that with some of this background in mind that you would see how some of the regional advisory committees' priorities are considered in process. We share that information with the Water Authority when it comes to their respective budget considerations when it comes to State Water Plan Fund recommendations. So we have always tried to make sure that that local voice for one, has the ability to come forward in our planning process and implementation side of things. And that information is shared with the Water Authority when it comes to particularly for afternoon discussion purposes, Water Plan Fund recommendations. To your second question, Representative Rogers, and I can't remember off the top of my head the number of regional advisory committees that have this, but I do know particularly for our Northeast regional planning areas, we do have specific tribal representative positions that serve on our regional advisory committee. So for those areas where tribal nations are present within the, I guess, respective bounds of their current reservations, we do have the ability for them to be engaged in the water planning process. And in some cases, with some of our more, I guess, flexible type positions. We have core positions that are reflected on each of the regional advisory committees. And then we have kind of region-specific type categories for those regions where those tribal interests are present through their respective lands. We do have specific tribal representative positions on regional advisory committees. So we've always tried to make sure that they have a voice when it comes to water resource discussion from a state water planning standpoint. And in those areas where there are tribal representatives present, we have worked with the water authority to make sure that those voices are represented in regional advisory committee membership as well.
Shannon?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Matt, for that wonderful presentation. I've been in the water thing for a while here, but I learned a lot today. Thank you very much. I just had like really one quick question, and then I really want to kind of recap to make sure I understand everything, and then one more real quick one. Is there anything within the water plan that is statutorily required?
So on the, are you referencing on the implementation side of things?
Yes, I mean, I know you're required to to have a water plan, but is there anything that is contained within that document that you are required or statutory required to carry out?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So as far as statutory requirements on the implementation side of things, and again, this might be information we can share as follow-up on this. Well, I guess what I might point to is there are maybe specific programs on the statutory side of things that are reflected within the current iteration of the water plan and probably past iterations as well, that there are statutory requirements in association with programs that are reflected or prioritized within the water plan and ultimately receive water plan fund appropriations. Off the top of my head, I couldn't speak to basically where those respective statutory priorities or requirements might be, but I know at least on the funding side of things, and this kind of plays into our water plan fund recommendation process. Part of the water authority's budgeting recommendations when it comes to at least the expenditure side of things is trying to align state water plan fund expenditures with where statutory requirements are present. So for information that we look to share with the water authority, at least on the program and implementation side of things, those statutory requirements are a part of the information that we pull together and share with the water authority for their budget recommendation development process. So as far as the implementation of the plan, without having a little more time to maybe dig into the details, I wouldn't have like the specific requirements maybe outside of highlighting where those existing programs reside in relation to water plan and some of those having specific statutory requirements on the implementation side of things.
Thank you. And one other thing, and I don't want to really open up a can of worms, but I am a member of, the Upper Republican RAC Committee. And I wondered if it's ever been considered or even talked about having like actual RAC representation on the water authority, instead of or in conjunction with appointees.
So another very good question. As far as the context of the water authority as a whole, I'm not kind of privy to any discussions that have taken place regarding that RAC specific representation on the water authority as a whole. And this might be one, Earl, I don't know for historical purposes if there's any analogs you can draw on for this one, but I will say within the context of the operational capacity of the water authority, in addition to, I guess, the direct feedback that we've tried to build in from a water office, water authority standpoint, and in providing engagement opportunities for each of the 14 chairs of the RACs to participate or attend each of the water authority meetings. Within the operational capacity of the authority, when it comes to RAC operations, we do have advisory committee members that are current RAC members that help provide some of that RAC-related feedback or advice when it comes to operations of the water authority as a whole. So specifically when it comes to messages that come from each of the regional advisory committees to the authority, and then for membership capacity purposes, we have made the effort to have specific RAC feedback incorporated into the water authority's processes and internal mechanics on that front. Now, in relation to seated voting positions, I'm not aware of past discussions on that front for RAC representatives on the authority as a whole. And I have not heard any recent discussions on that front either.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, chairs.
Chief Engineer Lewis, did you want to add any context since you were referenced there?
I appreciate being referenced, Mr. Chair. A couple things. First, I think in answer to Shannon's first question, make sure I understand. There's nothing in the plan itself that's statutorily required. That's always been a point of discussion. It's a plan, right? It's a recommendation. It doesn't become a legally binding obligation until it goes to legislation through policy or becomes an appropriation process. On your second question about thoughts of having RAC members be on the water authority or a representative of the RAC, that is one thing that was talked about as we were changing from basin advisory committees to RACs kind of during the vision process. You kind of got two different thoughts there, obviously. One is, do we add more people and you go from 13 voting members to 27 voting members? Or do you swap out and say we want to have somebody from each of those regions in lieu of different representation of different user groups? And so ultimately there was really no change at the water authority level. There was discussion of it. And I think there's certainly been an effort over time to try and see some geographic distribution as appointments are made. But again, those are always at the governor's office level, and that's as far as we've gone.
Thank you. Representative Minix.
Matt, thank you for being here. Hopefully you haven't left.
Still here.
Okay. I'll tell you right up front, I'm extremely frustrated. You talked about the last 70 years that we've been talking about water, and I want to see what the results, what have we actually accomplished? I have constituents who point that out to me. I get extremely frustrated with the pace down here at times. And I could easily point at the legislature and lack of funding for moving some things forward. But I guess I want to ask you personally, what do you think has been one of our biggest inhibitions? Is it too much committee time and too many recommendations? Or is it, I think it's long past time to act. What would you suggest that we can accomplish that would move this issue of water and trying to improve things forward?
Yep. I appreciate the question, and I share frustration as well as many of us regarding the status of progress on multiple fronts. I will say, I guess, and this is my personal view coming through, and this is where one of the reasons why we tried to touch on at least some of the key aspects of planning dating back to 1950. I think if you look at basically iterative and adaptive water management and planning dating back to that time, there was solid rationale at that point in time regarding the particular policy, planning, or implementation focus for that particular period of time. And I think in large part, we find ourselves at one of those maybe pendulum type moments where in large part work and recommendations from the task force, as well as moving forward from here, help to guide the direction of water management efforts moving forward, whether that's on the organizational side of things or implementation priority side of things. One of the things that I think that you can draw some analogs to is that we have had this cycle or pendulum of policy planning implementation. And if we look at where our priorities exist currently and looking ahead into the future, where do we need to be collectively aligned when it comes to that particular focus, whether it's the policy side of things, the planning side of things, or implementation side of things? What can we be doing to have basically that comprehensive framework, statutory support, legislative support, administration related support from all stakeholders to help get basically those outcomes and progress that we all want to be seeing? And I think we're on the cusp of seeing that on multiple fronts, particularly thinking of some of the things that are on the forefront on the reservoir sediment management side of things, and some of the efforts for High Plains Aquifer related efforts that are associated with the RCPP project. But as you're looking at basically the road ahead from here, where do we collectively need to be to help serve as that foundation or focus to get those outcomes? Are we at the point where basically pendulum needs to be more policy focused, more planning focused, or implementation focused? I think on the outcome side of things, I think it's maybe easy to point to priorities needing to be better aligned with the implementation side of things. But from basically planning efforts dating back to the 1950s up to this point, you can really see that evolution of the process on multiple fronts on that. So for the here and now and looking ahead, where do we need to be positioning ourselves on the policy planning and implementation side of things to get to those ultimate outcomes? And I think hearing your frustration, Representative Minix, and frustration that I know a number of us share, I think that implementation seems to be at the forefront. So what can we be doing on the implementation side of things without losing sight of that policy and planning adaptive nature to help guide implementation efforts? I really kind of feel that that's maybe where we're at collectively from a resource management standpoint. So I would maybe, I guess, turn things back over to your efforts collectively from a task force to help refine or define where those priorities might be. I know your previous efforts, you've really done a good job of having the opportunity for kind of the issue identification related discussion, and some of the priorities that have been discussed by all task force members, I think, do a really good job of encapsulating what our issues are. But as far as moving the needle moving forward and framework to do so, I think those building blocks of the 2022 water plan, the 2024 implementation framework, and your respective efforts of the task force, I think that collectively we can look to define basically those mechanisms that are most necessary to help get those outcomes that we all need to see. So if you're looking at it from a personal standpoint, maybe the implementation focus is where we need to be transitioning, but also not losing sight of all the efforts that have gotten us up to this point, recognizing those points in time, the rationale that went into decision making on that, and also accounting for that iterative feedback to help further inform implementation efforts moving forward.
I hope we're very soon to get into a lot more implementation process, I guess. That's expressing my frustration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Heidi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Unruh, for the great presentation. On your slide with 2 and 10-year metrics, you identify a 10-year metric of in-reservoir sediment management at 6 reservoirs. Have those additional 5 reservoirs been identified?
Yes, they have been, and they are noted within implementation framework. So off memory here, and Victoria, if I'm wrong on this, we can follow up on this. But those 6 reservoirs, one includes Tuttle Creek, Redmond, Canopolis, Fall River, Perry, and Toronto, the 6th. I'm going off of foggy memory here, but yes, those 6 reservoirs are reflected within the implementation framework. I should know that off the top of my head, but those, at least for basically where we see basically those supply demand projections closest to crossover points into the future being inside of that 50-year planning horizon where we look at where development potential pressures seem to be on the horizon from a water supply availability standpoint, and as well as where reservoir sedimentation rates and capacity loss up to this point seem to be impacting things moving forward. Those 6 reservoirs and associated watersheds would be basically those areas that have been reflected and identified up to this point. And again, that's reflected within the implementation framework. If I'm wrong, we will correct that and provide that information to you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Jared?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the presentation. As someone who sits as an advisory member on the public water supply, or what was the public water supply committee, and now it's been reorganized to one of the committees you referenced. I'm curious on just to get back to the implementation and the metrics, because I'll focus on that too, because I think based on your presentation, there's a clear kind of extensive and collaborative process to set priorities and to set guidelines. And so I'm curious, what the process is to set the metrics, and how is the water office or the water authority tasked these committees, or have they been tasked with setting metrics that directly apply to the guidelines of the 2022 plan, and what will be the process for updating those metrics and publicizing the status?
Yeah, appreciate the question, Jared. And I would say on the process side of things, one of the things that I would point to for your respective advisory capacity on the Reservoir Public Water Supply Committee, and then for task force purposes as a whole, from a timeline standpoint, really the initial focus of that new committee framework, for one, was in relation to development of the water plan fund recommendations for fiscal year 27. So initial task of basically each of the respective committees was to serve in it. In this case, it would be for the reservoir related priorities reflected within the state water plan fund. So priority number one, effort number one would be in relation to the water plan fund recommendation process. Kind of next up in that gets to the policy recommendation language for consideration inclusion within the upcoming annual report. So I guess looking ahead into what could be next steps or the future of some of those discussions, in this case, when it comes to basically the metrics and alignment with some of the reservoir related outcomes within the 2022 water plan, as well as implementation framework, I would say that that's a future process that would be potentially upcoming and yet to be built out in totality. So more to come on that. But I would say to one of your questions or points, as far as the metrics and where they would look to be aligned, I think it is very fair and appropriate to say that those metrics for basically the starting point of development of that would be aligned with the 2022 water plan and the 2024 implementation framework. So that starting foundation on the build out side of things would be consistent with those reservoir related priorities and other respective priorities reflected within both the water plan and the implementation framework. And then as you look at kind of the evaluation and evolution of those metrics moving forward, this gets to another component of the implementation framework would be to basically develop those implementation metrics that allow for one, development of a framework to evaluate progress made with state water plan resources to advance progress on those metrics, and then the ability to basically evaluate the validity of the metrics moving forward as well. So kind of that iterative feedback related process when it comes to making sure those metrics are aligned with current priorities, and if they are not, the ability to adapt and modify metrics to have basically the relevance of those continue on for future purposes. I think that that's something that it's fair to say would be built into that performance metric related process as well. So definitely a lot more to come on that, but maybe some just additional insight or personal perspective on where things might be looking to go there. Hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
Matt, do you think the water authority and the water officer are in a technical position to be able to offer metrics like that over the long term, or is that something that we need to consider that there needs to be an alternative process for that?
From a capacity standpoint, I would feel good about that, but something that I would maybe draw on, and I'm drawing a blank on maybe some of the specific language within the implementation framework. There was kind of an independent evaluation related component to that as well. So whether it's individual programs or overall metrics that are developed in association with being able to evaluate progress made on implementation efforts, recognizing too that the need and value of having external voices being accounted for within that particular process, whether it's external stakeholders or other entities. I think that from a Matt Unruh Water Office standpoint, I think we probably value from being open to accommodating for multiple ramp up opportunities when it comes to that evaluation. And I think from a water office and water authority standpoint, the ability to have other voices contribute to that discussion, I think would be valued and appreciated as well.
Any further questions from the committee? Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Unruh, for your presentation. I might have got lost and you already answered this, but I was going to ask it again. When they take and you have your water plan, do they look back and review the cost effectiveness and service efficiency of different components to that as we develop a new plan? I think a good place to start is to understand what worked and what didn't work. You can just kind of give me a yes or no on that if you wanted to.
So appreciate the question, Senator Fagg, and I'd say in short, yes. And what I'm drawing on specifically on the cost effectiveness side of things, and I don't know as far as each of the individual state water plant fund budget lines, if there would be that specific cost effectiveness metric to draw on, but I will say from my familiarity with more of the watershed conservation practice implementation programs, one of the things that we account for in collaboration with Department of Ag, Division of Conservation, and KDHE is the overall cost effectiveness. If you look at estimated load reductions achieved both from the nutrient and sediment reduction side of things for dollar put towards investment. So the effectiveness of respective programs, what that return on investment is from a load reduction standpoint for particularly those watershed conservation practice implementation related programs within our respective agencies. And then we use that information from an interagency coordination standpoint to help further inform and guide coordination efforts amongst our respective agencies to look to align particular program resources with where they might be most effective and efficient. So for an individual state water plant fund budget line standpoint for all 30 plus budget lines, I can't speak to that specific cost effectiveness metric or measure for all of them, but I know there would be some of those that we do have some of that sort of information in hand, particularly on the environmental results side of things for estimated load reductions.
And I was also wondering on page 13, when you had components of 2009 Kansas Water Plan, it says 19 objectives to be reached from 2010 to 2015. Did we meet all those? How many of those did we meet?
So appreciate that question. I would say as far as the evaluation piece of this and 2009 plan being prior to my time of the water office, I can't draw on memory of the specific 19 objectives and progress that's made towards those. We would have basically from that 2009 plan gone into basically development of the 50-year vision for the water plan. So as far as the 19 objectives, that's something I know I would be interested coming out of today, being able to take a look at that as far as progress made towards those. But as far as like specific information that I have in hand for each of those objectives up to this point, I can't speak to specific progress for each of those 19 up to this point.
So I would be concerned that if we 2009 through 2015, if we haven't met those objectives, how we're doing a 50-year plan. We can't even do a 5-year part of it. So it's just a comment that I'd like to make. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Okay, well, I appreciate committee's patience as we can smell lunch now, but this was important. I wanted to make sure we got all of our questions out of there. Ms. Swati is outside the door. If she wanted to say anything for directions for lunch, if someone might pop out, there we go. Swati?
Okay, can everyone hear me okay? It's good to see everybody. Sorry I've been standing guard over your precious lunch, and it really is gonna be delicious. There were a couple field trips out there, so I wanted to make sure that no one just kind of started picking, because it does look pretty good. So what we're gonna do is you're just gonna head outside, and we have water, which only seemed appropriate, but then also you have your choice of either potato bar with all the fixins, or soup, and there's 3 different varieties, or salad, and then a delicious dessert. So pretty easy. All of the trimmings are there for the baked potato bar, so you can, do all that good stuff. And then thank you for the opportunity to get to be part of today. So I am here on behalf of Kansas Municipal Utilities, and we are the statewide association that works with all of the community-owned electric, natural gas, water, and wastewater. So while we have 120 communities that own their own electric system and 60 roughly that own their own natural gas system, all of our communities own their own water and wastewater system. And so we're in some of the, certainly the largest communities in the state, like the city of Wichita or Kansas City, Kansas, but then we're also, some of the smaller communities surrounded by our most rural areas. We work closely with rural water, our rural electric co-ops, and we all know that everything that we do and that you're talking about related to water is fundamental to our ability to live the life we want to live and have the communities grow and sustain themselves as they want to do so. So we appreciate everything that you're doing and glad to be here. So,
Very much. We appreciate it.
appetit.
Heather is our public commenter online or in person. Okay, well, let's go ahead. We'll wait. We'll add 5 minutes to the break since we went a little long in the questions. So we will open up public comments at 12:35. So I'd encourage you to grab your food and come back to your seats and grab a quick break if you need to. Otherwise, please let staff grab their food first so they can get settled, and then the task force after that. Thank you. to try and stay on schedule. If you haven't done your expense report, please sign and pass those to the center. This will be your last reminder on that. We have one person who signed up in advance for public comments. Would be Ms. Christy Cruz. If you'd come forward, welcome to committee.
Mic'd and everything, all right. Now you get to hear my singing voice. Thank you guys for the good work you're doing by serving on this committee. I've learned a lot by learning about the committee and, you know, all of the water challenges that the state has, and they're a little bit breathtaking. So, like, glad you guys can get your arms around that. I had the privilege of meeting Chairman Titus and Representative Vaughn at the Kansas Economic Policy Conference. It was great information about water, and Representative Vaughn encouraged me to come speak to you guys about my little piece of the world that you guys are investigating, which is I am a grant writer. I own Hometown Grants. We help primarily little rural cities in Kansas, so mostly populations 1,500 and under. So those little towns that have a clerk and a water guy and a half a water guy, and volunteer mayor and volunteer everyone else. I write primarily infrastructure grants, so water, wastewater, stormwater, streets, parks, all of those things that, you know, make cities work well. I'm here today to talk about the HB 2302 grant. First of all, I hopefully that you guys are responsible for this, but thank you for creating it. It is an awesome grant. It does really good things for the folks that I work for, and that's who I'm here to speak on behalf of, the little cities in Kansas. There is a massive need for this funding, as you can see, which is evidenced by, you know, you guys have seen the numbers for HB 2302, you know, 237 million in applications and only 26 million in award last year. So like there's really massive need. In a relatively short time, I've only been doing this business for about a year and a half. I've talked to 50 communities. About 80% of them have large water needs. So these are cities with, I think the smallest one I've written for is population 72. And they all have similar issues. The last time investment was put into their major infrastructure was in the 60s and the 50s. One city was in the 30s. And they really need to make improvements to their systems, but as time goes on, costs get higher, it becomes further and further out of reach for them to be able to do this. They're little cities, they have small tax bases. A lot of them don't have retail, they don't have sales tax. They've got, you know, the city with 72 people, they've got 44 connections. They can only raise so much money by raising water rates and sewer rates. So they really need an injection of money in order to be able to fund the projects that, you know, to replace their really old cast iron pipes that have tuberculation and, you know, are producing smelly water or brown water or those types of things. These communities have a high need, not because they're waiting on a handout or because they're entitled to funds, because Kansas is made of farmers and we make do. If you can't afford what you need, you buy the duct tape, you buy the baling wire, and you fix what you have to go on down the road. Quite frankly, a lot of the education I do with my communities is to encourage them to apply for the full project they need versus just the little bitty piece that will get them by. They, you know, don't have a lot of, as I said, one clerk, one water guy. They turn over every now and again. They really just don't have institutional knowledge on how to develop projects. And then they don't have, in a lot of cases, and in some cases they do, good planning around raising water rates and reserving funds for large maintenance expenditures. They don't, in large part, have asset management plans. So we get to this point where, you know, I talk with 40 communities, and One of them paints some of their fire hydrants that were installed in 1937 black when they stop working because they can't afford to get new ones. One city is breathlessly, awaiting a water break because their storage went out. So they're working solely on flow, which is low, and their lines are old. Chairman Minix asked about, what implementation is accomplishing, and I would say that this grant is a really good example of what is being accomplished by the Water Office, because I've got, a community. I was able to win funding for 1,000 water meters over a 20-mile by 40-mile span that took them 2 weeks to read their meters every year. They can only do it once a year, and the rest of the time it was self-reported. With the automated meters that they're getting, they'll be able to have real-time data, be able to have less water loss in their district because they'll be able to detect leaks faster. So that money is doing not only good for the communities, but also furthering your purpose. It's enabling water conservation. Most of the communities I work with, there's a 13 to 30% water loss. One of the communities I just submitted an application for has 70% water loss some months. That particular community has high chlorinization. They have to do a lot of water release to make their levels hit. So that right there, it shows that the money for HB 2302 furthers the goals of the committee. For as far as supply and distribution, I will try to keep this brief, but as far as supply and distribution, these little cities are 85% of the towns in Kansas. They are your supply and distribution for your population. So I realize that there's a lot of need, and 270 million, 235 million sounds like a lot in application, but you can look at what you're funding, and I have anecdotes all day long for what you are funding. That's great work, but also look at what you're not funding. And what you're not funding, is that acceptable? Is it acceptable to have communities that expend 30% of their water utility on maintenance because their pipes are so old they break twice a month? And I don't know that I have answers for any of this. All I know is that doing only TA isn't the answer. There is TA funding through USDA and EPA that can be utilized. Still figuring out how that works. Throwing up your hands and saying there's never enough funding, also not an answer, because again, look at what we're not funding. So there can be changes to the program, I think. First off, more investment. Secondly, maybe requiring some level of match. It's kind of a dream program to have 100% funded, but some level of match is probably affordable by most of the communities. Get more entities involved. Maybe the counties can help increase, their matchability. We have large enterprises like data centers that will use a lot of water, maybe a tax on them that flows into an infrastructure fund for some of the small cities in Kansas. Incentivize utility and asset management planning with the money. So let's start a program to help cities start at ground zero when they do get their lines replaced, so they can have savings when it moves forward, so they're not leaving their grandchildren with the bill like their grandparents did. Thanks for considering my testimony. Again, I really appreciate the work that you're doing, but when you're considering funding, don't forget the little cities, because they have a lot of needs and don't have the ability to raise the funds themselves.
We appreciate it. And we'll get written testimony afterwards that Heather will share with everybody. So if you want to review that. Up next, well, first, is there anyone else that would like to make public comments while the floor is open? Okay. Seeing none, we'll move on to our next presentation. We have Victoria Asbury with us, Manager of Policy and Government Affairs at the Kansas Water Office, to talk about the budget process of the Water Authority. Thank you.
Good afternoon, task force and members of the committee. My name is Victoria Asbury with the Kansas Water Office. Thank you for having me today. And again, apologies that Director Owen couldn't be with us. So you'll have to settle for me as a fill-in. So hopefully I'm able to provide you as much information as you would like, or I'm always happy to follow up afterwards with any questions that I can't answer today. And I'll just wait a minute while my slides are pulled up. No worries. Perfect. You can go ahead to the next slide. So today I'm here to talk about the State Water Plan Fund. It's kind of the next implementation part of the Kansas Water Plan. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the State Water Plan Fund, it was established in 1989. And by statute, it is for implementing the Kansas Water Plan, and that's a direct quote from the statute. It's funded by fees and transfers, and we'll talk about that a little bit more as we get into the presentation. But just to keep in the back of your mind, it's usually about $40 million per year in revenue for the State Water Plan Fund. Also something to keep in mind during your next task force meeting when you hear from other states about how much funding they receive. We're talking about $40 million for the State Water Plan Fund for Kansas. The other important thing that Matt kind of touched on during his presentation is that the State Water Plan Fund is shared between multiple agencies. So it's not solely the Water Office that receives funding. The majority of the funding goes to KDA Division of Conservation, primarily for cost share programs. Department of Health and Environment, Division of Environment also receives funding from the State Water Plan Fund. The Water Office, Kansas Geological Survey, and Wildlife and Parks all receive funding from the State Water Plan Fund. So this is a shared fund between multiple agencies. The other thing that I want to point out that you can't see super well in the slide, but it's important to keep in mind when we talk about the logistics of the State Water Plan Fund is that it is appropriated by program and project. So agencies don't receive a lump sum and we get to spend it however we would like. The legislature designates specific lines in the State Water Plan Fund for specific projects and programs, and the legislature assigns funding amounts to those lines. So the agencies are, I'm trying to think of the right word I want to use. Agencies are limited in the amount that they have the ability to spend the money how they would like because the legislature assigns specific funding amounts by project and program. Next slide. Okay, we're going to talk about the process for how the State Water Plan Fund recommendations are made. And you'll see a lot of echoes for how the State Water Plan is made, reflected in the State Water Plan Fund budget process. And this slide is the overview slide, but we'll go into each step in future slides, but starting from the bottom up with local and agency input, so RAC priorities, moving on to the Kansas Water Authority, then on to the governor, and then the legislature. Again, we'll get into each of these steps in further slides, but this is just the overview. I do want to share that this is an annual process, so this is something that happens every single year during the summer. Next slide. So starting with the local input, the regional advisory committees or the RACs that you heard Matt talk about, those are our 14 advisory committees for the Kansas Water Authority. Each July, the Water Office meets with each RAC to hear about their priorities for funding for the upcoming year. That can look like high-level priorities, so I want to put more money into reservoirs, or it can be more specific feedback, and I want more funding for RAPS, a specific project, or our RAC supports funding for water injection dredging. So we take a variety of feedback, all from the regional advisory committees. State agencies take in that information and create a draft State Water Plan Fund budget. So again, the State Water Plan Fund is divided up into projects and programs, primarily programs. State agencies take that feedback from the RACs and draft up funding amounts for those projects and programs for the upcoming year. Next slide. Those recommendations are given to the Kansas Water Authority. You heard Matt talk about the Water Authority. Not only is that draft state water plan fund budget given to the water authority, but also the RAC, the Regional Advisory Committee input, is given to the water authority as well. So in its raw form, unedited, so the water authority members get to see that RAC input, that grassroots input on the budget themselves and interpret it so that they would like. So to Representative Rogers' question about the importance of the RACs to the water office and the water authority, we want to make sure that everyone involved in the budget process, state agencies and the water authority, hear directly from the RACs. And that's why we provide that raw input to the water authority as well as to state agencies. The Water Authority is statutorily required to submit a report to the legislature every year on the expenditures made from the State Water Plan Fund. And then the Water Authority is charged with making recommendations to the legislature on State Water Plan Fund State Water Plan funding for the future year. So the past year and the future year, the Water Authority plays a role in conveying those priorities to the legislature. Next slide. The Water Authority's recommendations are incorporated into state agency budgets. So for those of you that are less familiar with the legislative budget process, state agencies submit their budgets to the governor and the legislature on September 15th every year. The State Water Plan Fund recommendations are included in that budget packet from state agencies. So Water Authority recommendations incorporated into the state agency budgets, and state agency budgets are submitted to the governor. Again, for those of you less familiar with the budget process, the governor reviews state agency budget proposals and then makes her own recommendations that are submitted to the legislature each January. So the governor may completely agree with the Water Authority recommendation. She may make changes. She may make additions to the State Water Plan Fund. So the governor takes those into considerations when submitting her budget. Next slide. For the legislature, state agencies present their budgets each year. The State Water Plan Fund is part of those agencies' budgets. And so when agencies present their budgets to the legislative committees, that's part of the discussion. The legislature can then make their own recommendations and their own appropriations. So whether it's adding funding for programs, creating new programs, funding different projects that were recommended by the Water Authority, the legislature as the appropriators have that power and ultimately make the decisions for what the State Water Plan Fund is going to look like for the next funding year. Next slide. Okay, so now you kind of know how the State Water Plan Fund, what it is, how it works, and how the process works. I want to tie it back to the Kansas Water Plan and how, because again, the State Water Plan Fund is meant to implement the Kansas Water Plan, so I want to make that tie here. So next slide. Matt already introduced you to the 2022 Kansas Water Plan. Again, it's based around 5 guiding principles: conserve and extend the High Plains Aquifer, secure, protect, and restore Kansas reservoirs, improve our state's water quality, reduce our vulnerability to extreme events, and increase awareness of Kansas water resources. As Matt mentioned, each of those guiding principles has implementation actions listed in the Kansas Water Plan. And so the State Water Plan Fund is used to implement some of those implementation actions. I would note that there are dozens of implementation actions within the Kansas Water Plan. Some of these next slides are just examples of some of those implementation actions and how the State Water Plan Fund implements them each year. So next slide. So I'll walk through each guiding principle and pull a couple of examples of the implementation action or the policy recommendation. And then in the arrow is the specific State Water Plan Fund line that implements that action or that recommendation. So in that gold box, support implementation of groundwater use reduction measures for all uses. The High Plains Aquifer Partnerships is a line within the Kansas Water Office that primarily is being used to support the High Plains Aquifer RCPP for the next 5 years. And that program primarily provides cost share support to producers to implement irrigation technology, so conservation technology. And similarly with that irrigation technology line, that's within the Division of Conservation at Department of Agriculture. So a similar goal of implementing reduction measures for all uses. Underneath, create a Water Authority committee to consider sustainability as part of the guiding principle. This actually gets a little bit into the questions that were happening for Matt. And so I did want to share, this is not a state water plan fund line, but it actually ties in well to the discussion. So the water plan recommended creating a committee that was focused on sustainability. The Water Authority created in 2022 the Ogallala Committee, as it was called then, to create policy around sustainability for the Ogallala, and that was actually the committee that made the policy recommendation about planned depletion is no longer in the best interest of the state of Kansas that Matt talked about as part of the annual report. So this isn't a state water plan fund line, but I did want to share some policy recommendations that are being implemented as well. Next slide. Secure, protect, and restore our Kansas reservoirs. So pursue the goal of reservoir restoration and sustainability with intentional intervention. You heard Matt talk about the water injection dredging project at Tuttle Creek Lake. The Water Office, and that's a specific line within the State Water Plan Fund. Money was specifically appropriated to that project and to that line. The Water Office is also considering other technologies, so hydrosuction at John Redmond Reservoir. Again, a specific line, a specific project within the State Water Plan Fund that was funded to address a goal of the Kansas Water Plan. Support watershed conservation practices, particularly soil health initiatives, stream bank stabilization, and riparian corridor restoration. The Kansas Reservoir Protection Initiative provides financial assistance to landowners to implement sediment reducing practices, primarily cover crops above specified reservoirs. So there's 7 currently that are prioritized for that program. And then stream bank stabilization is a program that many of you are familiar with through the Department of Agriculture, again aimed at reducing reducing sedimentation rates for reservoirs. Next slide. Improve the state's water quality. So improve and expand conservation best management practice implementation. The RAPS program, many of you are familiar with through KDHE, is a specific line in the State Water Plan Fund that receives funding. Water Quality Partnerships is a line within the Kansas Water Office that's primarily being used for matching funds for the Milford Lake RCPP that focuses on implementing best management practices for water quality in the Milford Lake area. KDHE nutrient reduction efforts, the non-point source program through KDHE, and the harmful algal bloom program also through KDHE. Again, just specific lines that are implementing that goal of the Kansas Water Plan. Next slide. Reducing vulnerability to extreme events. So for reducing vulnerability to extreme events, it's basically split into 2 different sections. Implementation and recommendations relating to drought, and implementation actions and recommendations relating to floods. So extreme events meaning drought and flood. Conservation assistance to water users actually ties in nicely to Shannon's question about whether there are any statutory requirements for the Kansas Water Plan, but specifically this for the for the State Water Plan Fund. The statute does require that 15% of one of the fees, called the Clean Water Drinking Fee, be used to provide technical assistance to public water supply systems. And so that's what that program, Conservation Assistance to Water Users, is, fulfilling that statutory requirement that 15% of that fee be used for public water supply technical assistance. The Governor's Drought Response Team, not a specific line in the State Water Plan Fund, but again, a policy that has been implemented as a goal for meeting the Kansas Water Plan. flood mitigation, dam construction rehabilitation through the Department of Agriculture, and then floodplain mapping. Next slide. Perfect. And finally, I'm almost done talking at you about the guiding principles. Increasing awareness of Kansas water resources. Many of these you heard Matt talk about because they were also metrics in the implementation framework. So developing and implementing Kansas water-related education resources and curriculum. The Kansas Water Office has a specific line called Kansas Water Plan Education and Outreach. KDA, Soil Health Initiative, is also an education initiative to increase producer education on soil health initiatives and practices. Enhance and maintain water resource information through our website. Recently, state agencies have undertaken an effort to create what's called the Kansas Water Hub website. So a single site where members of the public or interested parties can go to learn information about what each state agency does, different programs that they offer. Really, it's a one-stop shop for some of that information. Definitely a work in progress, but the first iteration is ready to be published, I believe. I've been on maternity leave, so I'm not quite sure the status of that. But anyway, so almost ready. But again, that's something, that one-stop shop is something we really heard from regional advisory committees and members of the public. We have state agencies involved in water. What's one place we can go to get some information? And so that's in response to not only the Kansas Water Plan, but feedback we've heard from regional advisory committees and members of the public. Next slide. So moving on from implementing some of the goals from the Kansas Water Plan, I want to talk about some of the challenges that come with the State Water Plan Fund and implementing those goals for the Kansas Water Plan. So again, the State Water Plan Fund receives about $40 million per year. And you can see on that chart the three main sources of revenue. So starting at the top, there's an $8 million statutory transfer that was established when the State Water Plan Fund was established. $6 million from the State General Fund. For those of online or listening that are not familiar, the State General Fund is where all of the tax money goes. I know everyone on this committee knows that. But for anyone that's listening, the State General Fund, $2 million from the Economic Development Initiatives Fund. So again, those two transfers were established when the State Water Plan Fund itself was established. And then we have a list of fees that are in those light blue boxes on the right of the screen. Municipal water, clean drinking water, fertilizer, pesticide, stock water, industrial, and pollution. Those fees generate about $13 million per year for the State Water Plan Fund. And then the newest change for the State Water Plan Fund is an additional transfer from the State General Fund of $18 million, and that was established in House Bill 2302. So you heard public testimony about the grant program that was established in House Bill 2302, but the other part of House Bill 2302 was this additional transfer to fund additional programs and projects for the State Water Plan Fund. So all of those things together, about $40 million per year. Next slide. So that being said, with the addition of the 2302 transfer, state agencies, I'll speak for the Water Office, are extremely grateful for that additional funding for the next 5 years for House Bill 2302. But prior to that, those two original statutory transfers, the $6 million from the State General Fund and $2 million from the Economic Development Initiatives Fund, there were many years where those transfers were not made. So that full $8 million was not transferred to the State Water Plan Fund. And you can see in both those charts that kind of track how much the transfers were each year. And then at the very bottom in the right-hand corner, you can see that the deficit, so the amount that was not transferred during that time, totals about $84 million. So still playing a little bit of catch up for that time that water was not statutorily funded. Again, grateful for the House Bill 2302 transfers, but if we're looking at the history, it's important to note that water was statutorily underfunded for several years. So on this next slide, it shows a comparison of what the Kansas Water Authority recommended, that's that blue column, compared to what the legislature appropriated, that's that orange bar. 2024, you can see where House Bill 2302 was passed, and so the amount that was appropriated far exceeded the amount that was recommended by the Water Authority. But generally, the Water Authority does recommend more than is appropriated by the legislature, at least in the past. Next slide. And Mr. Chair, I'm also going to present on the House Bill 2302 grant program, but I thought I would pause for questions here since it's a kind of a different topic. Great.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So we'll go ahead 2 slides. Perfect. So as you heard from public testimony, House Bill 2302 established a new grant program within the Kansas Water Office from the transfer to the State Water Plan Fund. So House Bill 2302 established a new transfer from the State General Fund to the State Water Plan Fund of $35 million. $18 million of that stays in the State Water Plan Fund itself. So to implement the Kansas Water Plan, all those goals that you heard Matt and I talk about, $18 million of that stays in the State Water Plan Fund. $17 million is transferred to 2 new grant funds within the Kansas Water Office. $5 million for the Technical Assistance Grant Fund and $12 million for the Water Projects Fund. So that's what's in statute. We've been fortunate that each year the legislature has added additional funding for the program above that $17 million. So the 2025 legislature added $1 million for fiscal year 2026. That's the fiscal year that we're currently in. So the Technical Assistance Fund has $5.5 million to award this grant cycle, and the Water Projects Fund has $12.5 million to award this grant cycle. And we'll talk about the grant cycle a little bit further on in the presentation. Next slide. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the program, I wanted to go through each fund and what it can be used for and give some background on that. So by statute, the Technical Assistance Fund can be awarded to municipalities or special districts related to water. So think conservation districts, watershed districts, rural water districts, public water supply districts, any entity that was established with the primary purpose relating to water. And again, that's in statute that those are who the applicants can be. Eligible projects, planning, engineering, managing, and other technical assistance necessary for the development of water infrastructure projects. So think anything that a community might need before they're actually ready to start construction. So this technical assistance grant funds a lot of preliminary engineering reports, or PERs, to get those communities ready to break ground or turn dirt on those actual construction projects. By statute, this grant, no single award to a community can exceed $1 million. So that is in statute. Next slide. The Water Projects Fund has the same eligible applicants, municipalities, or special districts related to water. Eligible projects, construction, repair, maintenance, or replacement of water-related infrastructure. Matching money for grants or loans for water-related infrastructure. So think if a community needs matching funds for a larger federal grant, these funds can be used for that. And then loan assistance on specified loans through KDHE, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a couple of slides. So primarily the Water Projects Fund goes to construction projects for water-related infrastructure. So think replacing distribution lines, repairing water towers, upgrading wastewater treatment plants, water, and things like that. And by statute, the limit on this award is $8 million. So no grant can exceed $8 million to a single community. Next slide. So I wanted to give some insight into what the application looks like for these communities. And starting with the application material. So first we require a project plan and an objective. So, I do want to share that these application materials apply to both grants. So whether you're applying for a technical assistance or a water projects grant, this is what we require. Project plan and objectives, basically a statement of work, a scope of work. Tell us what you're going to do and why you need to do it. A budget, a complete budget for allowable costs within the period of performance, and professional cost estimates. So that's really important for us as the awarder of the grant, providing a professional cost estimate. We want to make sure that the budget that you could be awarded is certified by a professional like an engineer or something like that. That way a community can't just come up with a number for how much the project is going to cost. We need to make sure that it's certified by a professional. Next slide. So if you get in those application materials, we still have a lot of grants and applications to review. So we use these evaluation criteria to rank all of the applications that we receive. These first two are in statute. So by statute, we are required to prioritize municipalities with fewer than 2,000 residents. Community factors, also in statute, we are required to consider public health and socioeconomic factors. So socioeconomic factors, think, will paying for the project themselves as a community impact water rates for individuals in the community? What is your ability to pay for the project yourself? Do you have a disadvantaged population as the majority of your population? Things like that for socioeconomic factors. For public health, is your community facing compliance issues under KDHE? Are you under a boil water advisory? Are there contaminants in your water currently that the project would help address? Things like that. These next three evaluation criteria are not in statute, but they are additional ones established by the Water Office to help rank those applications. Emergent issues, projects that address emergency circumstances in which citizens of the municipality or special district are facing hardship. So think, is a community currently relying on solely bottled water? Is their primary water source currently inaccessible or run dry or things like that? Is there an emergency scenario that the community is facing that would add an urgency to the project? Regionalization, so we define regionalization as a project that would benefit 2 or more communities. And a conservation plan, projects that incorporate a conservation element will be prioritized. So for that one, think, is the infrastructure that's going to be put in reducing water loss compared to your old infrastructure? Or think, is the project securing a secondary water source for the community to promote some resiliency? So these are all points, extra points that you can get as part of your application to the House Bill 2302 grant program. Next slide. So I mentioned that the water projects grant can be used for what we call loan assistance. All of the criteria on this slide are laid out in statute. So by statute, the water projects grant can be used for loan assistance on 2 specific KDHE loans. The additional criteria for receiving that grant, the project with the outstanding loan balance must be complete. So whatever project the loan was being used for has to be complete. The community has made at least 5 years of payments on the loan. And then the statute establishes a sliding scale for how much loan assistance the community can receive based on their population. So you can see that sliding scale laid out. The Water Office can provide a grant that is up to 90% of the remaining balance for cities with less than 2,000, 75% for fewer than 5,000, and so on. For some perspective, the Water Office designates 10% of the water projects grant for loan assistance. So we receive $12 million by statute for the water projects grant. $1.2 million is set aside for loan assistance applications. Next slide. I Wanted to share, we're currently in our third grant cycle for the House Bill 2302 grant program. Just wanted to give some history of the applications, and it really shows the amount of need, like you heard from public testimony, that is out there for this program and for communities in Kansas. So our first year, fiscal year 2024, we received 309 applications that totaled $380 million in requests, and we had $18 million to give out that year. And that was in a 6-week period, application period. We received 309 applications. Next slide. Fiscal year 2025, our second year, we received 269 applications totaling $233 million, and we had $27 million to give out that year. And the map to the right shows applications in the gold dots and blue are the awarded projects. And then finally, on our last slide, our third year of the grant applications just closed on September 30th. So this is all kind of preliminary data, but we received 281 applications totaling $272 million, and we have $18 million total to award this year. We're currently undergoing the application review process and hope to make award announcements early next year. And I think that's my last slide. Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. I'm happy to stand for questions on either section, or I think Matt is also online if there are any questions that I can't answer.
Thank you, Victoria. We appreciate that. I'll start off with some questions here. You know, the budget process changed a little bit last year with the I guess let me start with the first question here. I think we have a general familiarity with the budget, but even among legislative peers, the state water plan is complicated because the water authority sees the entire state water plan and then no one else ever sees it as one document. That's a little bit of an exaggeration. Can you just walk through real clearly, like what happens why is it hard and how does it get split up?
Sure, yeah, if I understand your question correctly, it can be difficult for the legislature during the legislative budget process because the state water plan fund is split up between so many agencies. So those that aren't familiar with the legislative budget process, it goes agency by agency. So committees often don't get the opportunity to look at the state water plan fund as a whole and see where it's primarily funding, what priorities it's funding as a whole, because that can be difficult because committees see it agency by agency. So that's why it can be difficult. And I think that hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, it's just sometimes when we're working it, say we'd like to pull this money out of the state water plan fund for the Department of Agriculture, but you don't really see, it's hard to holistically see, oh, well, if I do this, I have to remember tomorrow when we do health and environment to put it back in the environment budget. And it's hard to just see how much are we spending on water all at once. So that adds a layer of complexity. And Victoria used to work on our side of the street, so she's very familiar with that. Last year, we had a first go round with the new legislative budget process. Do you think, that process, how did the legislative committee deal with water budgets? Did they look at your holistic recommendation, or did just each agency present their own piece to that committee, if you can speak to that?
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to. And Earl or Matt can as well. So last year, not only was there a new legislative budget process, so a special committee on state budget, I think it was called, met during the interim to begin early work in budgets. That committee went agency by agency. So again, the same problem of not being able to look at water as a whole. And then during session, the process was pretty similar to how it has been, in that it was still agency by agency. But I also want to share that during that time, state agency had recently finished the Kansas Water Plan Implementation Framework that you heard Matt talk about. So that document that contains all the new metrics and outcomes for 2 years and 10 years. So a lot of our discussions and presentations were centered around that new document rather than funding during that time. So there were a lot of new things going on last session. I do think the implementation framework did help bring water as a whole, and this is my personal opinion, into a new light and into a new discussion, because it did talk about funding needs a little bit, and looking out into the future. So I think we're moving in the right direction towards talking about water as a whole, but especially when it comes to budgets, because the appropriations bill is also by agency. It just makes it more difficult to talk about water as a whole, but I do believe we're moving in the right direction.
So what I was going to ask, and I think you kind of answered, but do you think we're hindering our ability? We talked about implementation so much with Matt. Are we hindering ourselves the way this budget basically gets screened and split up before we can, and I know that's speculation, before we can really like dig into it though? On the so an example of the metrics and looking at budget line items and moving thing out, I just want to walk through an example out of curiosity. So you, under the priorities under the groundwater, right? One of the goals of the water plan is to reduce the use of groundwater. We're implementing that by funding Irrigation Technology Fund, which is a grant program through Division of Conservation, which, right? And then, so how do we, on the back end, right now today, so if we were in regular budget session and this was Ways and Means or appropriation, I said, so you spent $11 million, whatever the appropriation was out of that on grants. How are you measuring the success of that?
Yeah, good question. So I think it ties into what Matt started to discuss, and I also, not to put Earl on the spot since it's a KDA program, I'll say what I think and then you can add on, like ideally the metric would be measuring reduction in water use, right? But that's not as easy as to implement as it is to say. So I think current performance measures are more like the number of systems that are under the program or the number of acre feet and things like that. So performance measures or metrics or whatever you want to call them are certainly something that we can, I'll say, at the water office can improve on. And it's something we saw during our last session, during our agency budget discussion. So it's something we can improve on, but it's still not going to be a perfect system because some metrics are just really hard to measure. And I don't know if Earl wants to add on, or if you just want to use it as an example, that's fine.
Well, I pick on that one a little bit because it's one where just putting out the systems and spending the money doesn't actually show us that we reduced water use. It's an obvious inference, but it doesn't necessarily prove that. But it's also an area where we know every water right that went to, and Earl has a guy with a formula and a spreadsheet that can put it together. But it's an area where the metric's available, but it's not necessarily being pushed out. And that's not a criticism. If you wanted to comment, feel free. But
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd agree with that. I think especially on something like this, we're really good at counting outputs. We're not really good at defining and clarifying outcomes. And this one in particular is a little tougher because we can certainly match up the system improvement with the water right. But as you and most folks on the task force know, there's a lot of factors that go into whether somebody uses more water or less water in any given year or in their area.
I did use the chair's prerogative to pick an easily quantifiable goal when I brought up that example. And then I have a couple questions about the grant programs. So I noticed on the in the language that was put in place for the technical assistance, it specifies that the focus is on communities of 2,000 or less. That language doesn't exist in the project grants, but the average, and this was research had compiled your data on all the awards, but the average population of a town that got a project grant was about 600. Can you explain why you decided to also focus those funds so heavily on small towns?
Sure, yeah. So I think most of it, to be honest, we, during the first cycle, didn't realize that language only applied to technical assistance. We thought the population prioritization applied to both grants. And so definitely during the first cycle, that was just something that we didn't realize. But that being said, not to you were on the committee, so not to speak for the legislature or in any way or the committee, but it seemed like the gap that our program was trying to fill was for small communities on both TA and water projects. And so we decided to keep that prioritization for both grants because it just felt like that was the gap that we were trying to fill and where the need, I won't say is highest, but there's definitely a great need for small communities, so.
And then the last one, you mentioned when you're evaluating the grants, there are several criteria you listed that weren't in statute. But the statute specifically says any additional criteria has to be adopted in rules and regulations, which hasn't happened. So what's your legal basis for applying criteria that weren't put in place by the legislature or promulgated in rule and regulation?
Not a lawyer, so I'm gonna, so like definitely the caveat that with that. You are correct that we don't have rules and regulations in place currently for the grant program. I will say that for the first few years, it was about getting the grants established and the money pushed out because we did receive appropriations for each year, and the rules and regs process takes quite a long time for our understanding. So we've been operating under what we call guidelines at the same time. So that we publish and share. So I can't really comment on sorry, I'm not doing a very good job. I can't comment on the legality of it, whether we are out of line with the statute, but I do think that the intent behind our program is to support the small communities and still be, we want to be transparent even without the rules and regs. So sorry, I didn't really answer your question.
Just to be clear, you have not started the adoption process.
We have an internal draft of rules and regulations, but we have not gotten any further than that.
All right, committee, I'll open it up to questions. Shannon?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Victoria. I actually have really a couple of questions here. One going back to the actual challenges and the funding, and you see back in the fiscal year 2000, I think it kind of started then in 10, going through 2017. Those transfers from the state general fund were not made. What kind of programs or services were discontinued or cut, or what took a hurting back then? I guess when that halted.
Yeah, I was not around then, so I can't speak to particulars. But I think that with limited funding, it was about meeting what obligations we do have. So whether it's the statutory obligation or some of the programs are used for like federal match for DOC programs and things like that. So I can't say that very specifically, but it did. I can imagine that it would put a hindrance on like new projects and new programs because you're just trying to maintain what obligations you do have. And I don't know if Matt wants to add on to that or anyone that was around during that time, but that's what I imagine that would be like, is just maintaining the minimum obligations.
Well, I have one other question, unless somebody's got some follow up with that. But thank you very much. And then going to the 2302 and the money that we're given to the communities and municipalities and things. What kind of follow up is done, or is there any done with those to make sure that they have completed the project and that money has gone to what they said it was going to? Or is there a situation where they might get into the project and oops, there's something else that needs to be done, that money gets redirected somewhere else? Or if you could kind of expand on that a little bit, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Sure, yeah, thank you for that question. So we have a two-part check-in process. So let's say, first of all, our grant program runs on what we call a reimbursement model. So we don't provide the grant up front to the community. Each quarter, communities provide invoices of the work that's been done that quarter, and then the water office pays the communities for that for those invoices. So that's our way of making sure that the money was spent on the project that it was supposed to be spent on, and that the community receives the amount of award that they were meant to do. So that's kind of our first check, is just that we run on a reimbursement model. The second check because the water office doesn't have engineers on staff, we contract with Kansas Rural Water Association, and they do 2 check-ins with each of our awardees. So one about halfway through when the grant has been awarded to make sure that the project is on track and going the way that it should. And then at the end, they check to make sure that the project has been completed, what was the work that was supposed to be done according to the contract was done, and things like that. So we do contract with Rural Water Association to add that extra check and allow them to provide those extra expertise.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairs.
Representative Rogers?
Yeah, I don't have a question. I just wanted to just kind of give a little on the legislative standpoint on these. And you did follow legislative intent. Sometimes that doesn't happen, but I believe it was, you know, as we look at the grants, there wasn't that many. There was 10 times as many requests as there was, but that was, I don't think it was specifically for towns 600 and below, but we heard a lot of stories of those communities that would really struggle. And so the state, I don't believe, picked winners and losers. The state looked at it from how can you help everyone instead of maybe the 2 big municipalities, if there's any drops of water left to somebody else. And so I believe that's, and I understand, and there's no reason to be defensive about that. You did the right thing because a lot of these small communities, and we don't want small communities, and that's for another committee to have on another day. But that was the idea of creating this, and to get additional money was to help communities. I come from a community of about 300 people and represent a lot of those communities. And I think there may have been one, it doesn't really matter. We don't have influence there, but I just want to maybe give the committee the idea that kind of to start this out, as we looked and had discussions, it seemed that what kept always coming back was our very small communities that really needed that help more, and maybe they because maybe they have the big scale up projects, but they had something that would get them by at least for the short term, or to maybe get something started with other grants and so on. So that was kind of the idea. And again, a couple years down the road, we may determine, and I'm speaking out of turn, I think that's what I remember anyway, of the reason kind of why that was, and one of the reasons why we fought so hard to get additional money was, and knowing that we'd like to do more, but that was the legislative intent, was to help, at least as we start with these smaller communities, and try to address those needs. And then as we're in a few more years, reevaluate, and if it's, you know, if it's something that we're not accomplishing the goal we want to accomplish, then we move on. That was the idea. Thank you.
Co-Chair Minix?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did I remember otherwise? I'm sitting here, Cindy, Kenny, Lindsay, and Doug Blacks put that 2302 bill together. And I think you guys did a really good job of doing what we wanted to do with it. Legislature, in my opinion, didn't fund it high enough. I'll fault the appropriations people a little bit, but let's take these revolving loan grant, and I think we need to call it, because you're requiring people to pay back 10% at least, right?
No. Yeah.
We're giving away 90%.
Oh, so for the loan assistance, so it's just, so the loan is with KDHE. Our grant is used to pay, the community uses to pay part of the loan with KDHE, and statute caps that we can, the most we can do is 90%. So the community isn't paying us, they're using the grant to pay KDHE.
Well, okay, KDHE's revolving loan fund, it should at least, if it continues at the same amount, increase 10% per year. That's kind of inflation edge, and I don't think we really realized that entirely when we started it, but it should help a little bit. If last year everybody paid back 10%, and this year you have the same amount appropriated, you should be able to add that and keep moving forward. I guess I want to know, what level would it take to be reasonable for these small communities? 'Cause we originally asked for 60 million, we got 35. We cut that technical assistant and grant stuff down tremendously. What do you think would be a reasonable amount per year? If you're getting 330 million in requests or whatever?
Yeah, that's a difficult question to answer because from the community perspective, the answer is about $350 million per year for the grants so that you can fund all of them. From the other thing to consider from the water office perspective is that we have to administer all of these grants, and there's a staff of 3 people that administers the grants, and so we want to be mindful that we're assisting those communities in the best way that we can. So 2 cycles ago, we received 27 million for both grants. And since then, we've added another staff member. So I hate to put a number on it, but we were able to administer 27 million. We now have another staff member. I'll leave it up to the committee in the future to decide the appropriate amount. But just so you know, we can handle at least $27 million in appropriations to administer. I didn't really answer your question, but.
I can ask my banker committee member down here. I think if you got 380 million in requests, if you appropriated 40 million a year for 10 years, you get through most of the list. It would take quite a while to do that. So I think we're short even on these technical assistant and grant funds.
Yeah, if it's okay, Mr. Chair, the only thing I would want to consider, especially for technical assistance grants, and when we're looking at, it would be 40 million total. When you complete a TA grant, that creates a water project grant, and then you complete another so it's kind of a never-ending cycle. I'm not sure you could ever completely wipe out the list because there's always going to be more projects to fund and new communities that apply. So it's not a finite list that can be completely knocked out, but I appreciate the sentiment for sure that tackling as much as the existing known need as possible.
Dr. Mel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question about how you decide which practices to request funding for. And I'm thinking specifically about stream bank stabilization. I think we all recognize that's needed and important in a lot of places. But as a sediment reduction method, there's a pretty good body of research, including some by Kansas Geological Survey, that shows that it might actually increase bank and bed erosion downstream from the stabilization project. And so my question is, how do you as the water office decide when to start backing off of that? If the scientific literature said, you know, this isn't as effective as we thought it was, would you, you know, take that out of your budget request pretty immediately, or would you wait for a recommendation by Kansas Geological Survey? How do you make those decisions, and how quick does it happen?
Yeah, I'll definitely let Matt add on to this because he has more of a background in some of the program management for. I know you talked about stream bank stabilization, and that's a partnership with KDA and the Water Office. But I'll also take like Kansas Reservoir Protection Initiative, which implements a lot of cover crops, kind of for the same goal. So there are a couple of things when we're trying to decide the amount of funding for a program in the following year. So one is if it's an application-based program or project-based program like stream bank stabilization or KRPI, have we reached the saturation point of projects or applications? Are we funding all of the existing applications and all the program and all the projects in that area? So for instance, like stream bank stabilization, it's focused above certain reservoirs, and we've kind of reached the project saturation. And so that program is something that we're reviewing and considering because it is saturated. And so we don't want to ask for more money for something that's already saturated. So that would be kind of the first step, looking at if it's application-based, the known need and the known accomplishments. When it comes to effectiveness of a program, that's kind of the next step in thinking about, do we continue funding a program and at what level? Kind of like we talked about, some metrics are harder to establish and review than others, but I think and that's something that's being included in the implementation framework. So one of the recommendations in the implementation framework was called program evaluation. And so it's funding and policy to review state water plan fund programs for that effectiveness. And so like first in line is water quality BMPs. We also have funding for next year, and stream bank stabilization is being considered for, do we evaluate that program officially and see how effective it's being? So I think we're still building that process, that review process, but it's something that's underway.
Representative Howerton?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just kind of piggyback off of Chairman Minnick's. How many of these are repeat applications that have applied like all 3 years now? Do you have an idea about that?
Yeah, it's a great question, but I don't know for sure. Like we haven't tracked which ones are repeat applications over the years. So something we should, but it's not something we have.
Okay. And then do you think this is the extent of the major needs out there? Like, is everybody that has a major need applying? Okay, I'm getting a head shake. No. And okay. So I'm just trying to get an idea of what is the true need in Kansas. Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I think hopefully the head shake no from those that are involved, the support communities for the grant program. And, for KMU that provided lunch day would also definitely have an idea, but I think it's fair to say that there are a lot of communities still that haven't applied or are only just learning about the program, even though we're in our 3rd year, or don't have the capacity to apply. We try and make our application as simple as possible, but like you heard, sometimes the small community is just a city clerk that's also like the dog walker and the milkman and the librarian and all those things. So I wouldn't be comfortable saying that this encapsulates the entire need in the state of Kansas for all the communities.
Mr. Swati?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Victoria. And I echo the sentiments that have been said before on how impressed we are that you were able to pull together the grant program. It's always hard to spend, it's actually harder to spend money than people realize. And since Connie and Don aren't here, I put you in the editorial spot here to just think creatively. Okay, so the legislature created technical assistance funds and water program funds. Had they not earmarked those dollars, where do you think they would, and just said, all right, it's just all going to go into the water plan fund, where might those have gone is the first question. And then the second, and I'm just going to roll them all out here and you can address them as they come. The second is, let's say we remove all barriers on the existing ways and structures within the state water plan fund on how they're spent. Is there a magic $40 million thing that you'd really love to tackle in 1 year and then do one? Should we dredge all the reservoirs all at once? And would that, and does the Water Authority go through that sort of practice, or are we kind of stuck in the rut of just, well, we've got the things that statutorily required to spend money on in the water plan fund? I guess those would be the two big ones, and that's not to you directly, but does the Water Authority, does the Water Office go through those exercises?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And again, it's kind of a hypothetical. So all I can do is imagine how it would be. So if the grant programs didn't exist, and what would that look like for the additional money for the State Water Plan Fund? So the State Water Plan Fund through 2302 did receive an additional $18 million, and that was double the amount that was currently going into the State Water Plan Fund. So you can imagine at the time the windfall that was and continues to be. So at the time, all I can imagine is we would go through a similar process that we went through when deciding what to do with the 18 million. What new projects and programs could we fund that we'd been previously limited to due to funding and things like that? And so speaking from a water office perspective, it gave us the opportunity to consider more in-lake sediment management that we hadn't really been able to, because those are millions of dollars projects like water injection dredging and hydrosuction will be. So it really gave us the opportunity to explore new technology, and then also thinking about reservoir sediment management plans and things like that. So that's only from the water office perspective, but I think without the grant programs, we would have undergone the same exercise, but on a grander scale. What new projects and programs could we have funded that we couldn't have before? And then removing the limitations on how the state water plan fund is spent now. Honestly, I don't remember other than that what you asked me, so I'm sorry.
Authority go through that exercise of are there really big ticket items, or we chip away at things, would it be better to consider, and this is all sort of hypothetical as this task force sort of grapples with what's the best way, to handle all these communities that have needs, and we probably can't get there, and just that kind of question.
Yeah, I think I don't know whether this is a relevant example or not, but I'm just thinking, so I know that in this year's budget, recommendations from the Water Authority is $10 million to address the Equus beds through KDHE, and so that like allocating $10 million all at once for a project was something that was totally outside the realm of possibility before 2302, but now I do think we are able to like dream a little bit bigger in big projects. So I think just the fact that the water, and again, just an example, that the Water Authority recommended such a large amount of funding in a single year for a single project shows that they are considering, big moves in big projects and things like that. So not exactly the answer to your question, but.
Yeah, and I might just jump in more, give my own editorial comment here since I've got the opportunity. And kind of going back to Matt's presentation a little bit as well. And he talked about kind of a pendulum of going back between kind of projects and policy. I think why the 2302 grant program has been so successful, in addition to having good administration of it, is because it had very clear direction of what the legislature wanted done. And I think, frankly, having been involved in this and failed many times over the last 20 years, that has been fairly frustrating. There's, you talked about what progress to make on the 2010, 2015 guidelines. Frankly, that was a lot of us trying to do hand waving and get a lot of attention for the issues we saw and trying to get legislative attention and action. And you can say whether we made some incremental progress over that time, but I think, from where this task force's responsibility is or charge is really to come back and say, what do we as a state want to accomplish over the next 5, 10, 50 years? And then do we want to spend that time with the Water Office, the Water Authority, the agencies talking about policy changes, regulatory changes? Do we want to identify projects? Because frankly, there's a disconnect here between what we say our goals are and what we spend our money on. And the primary reason there's a disconnect is Victoria had up on one of her first slides the whole list of 35 or 40 funding lines. Those don't change very much from year to year. And part of that is just there's a huge need, but part of that is just there's so much political momentum to keep funding the same things over and over and over that it's really hard to pull back and have that discussion and say, are we really making a difference on this funding line? And if not, pull it back and spend it on something else. It's almost impossible for the agencies and the Water Authority to do that. So that's why we need, something to come out of the legislature that says, we want the focus on water to be on these things, and we want you to do it this way. And then if we get that guidance as agencies, then we can go out and execute. But we've been kind of caught in this no man's land of trying to figure it out ourselves and trying to figure out which way the wind's blowing and what all you want so we can deliver things that you'll fund that we can go say we're successful on. And so it's a little bit of a circular thing here, but I think that's why this task force is important. If we can come out of it with saying, these are the things we want to accomplish with the water plan, this is the role of the agencies, and this is how we want you to go about doing it, then we can go out and execute.
Did you have any follow-up? I kind of cut you off there.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Victoria, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for all your hard work that you do with this. On page 24, this hit me kind of funny. I had like 3 questions here. On conservation plan, it says projects that incorporate a conservation element or promote climate change resiliency will be prioritized. Can you give me an example of that?
Sure. So climate change resiliency, so think, like we talked about under the Kansas Water Plan, extreme events, and so drought. And so my kind of go-to example is like if a community is experiencing that their water source is inaccessible due to drought, maybe their well is run dry or their surface water source is lower due to drought, then if the project that they're applying for secures them a secondary water source, so tying into a rural water district or with another community, that lets them be more resilient towards that changing climate and those drought conditions. And so that's kind of what that priority criteria is getting at.
Okay. On page 25, when we talked about outstanding loans, who's the lender on those loans? And I guess when we're paying them off, how did they qualify to start with? You know, if they're in trouble paying these, how did they ever qualify to start with? So.
Yeah, so the lender is KDHE, Department of Health and Environment, and so I'll let, if that's okay, I'll let William talk about how you qualify for those two specific loans. But yeah, by statute, this grant can only be used to pay off, to make payments towards KDHE loans. So.
How many of those loans have we paid off?
I couldn't give you, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but we usually give about 6 grants per grant cycle. So we've awarded probably about 15 communities with loan assistance grants. And again, they don't pay off the loans. That there's like a cap at 90% that the grants can be used for. So, but about 15 communities have received loan assistance.
Because the thought goes through, we have such a need, we're paying off loans of people that qualified. It just kind of crossed my mind on that part of it.
Sure, and that's why we do limit that loan assistance portion to 10% of the water projects grant, because that is such a large need for those infrastructure projects. We don't want the loan assistance to be the majority of that grant, so it's just 10% of the grant each year.
We want to let Mr. Carr speak briefly as to the loan qualifications.
Yeah, the loans are awarded based on rating criteria that we develop year to year for each program, each on the drinking water and wastewater side. The point about your question made it sound like these systems are asking for this grant because they can't pay their loans. I'm not sure that's true. We at KDHE, the State Revolving Fund program, we don't make loans. We don't make bad loans. We don't have to make bad loans. So there is a financial review when we loan out money that they can repay it back. Of course, you know, it's a 20-year, 30-year loan sometimes. So situations change.
Senator, if I would just share from the data I have over the award cycles, it's been about $3.2 million or about $246,000 per award. That's the average per award. There's obviously more and less.
That's not a lot in the realm of things, but we have such a need out there. You know, I'm just saying that they've already kind of in the system. I would think there'd be some other people that need money out there. That's where I was going with that. One final question, if I may, Mr. Co-Chairman. Dam construction and rehab, is that private, on private property or public dams? That's kind of a big thing to me, because if a guy owns a piece of property, you know, he has some due diligence on his own property. That's where I'm going with that. And public, I can see, I'm questioning private, but if you have a dam problem, you need to be taken care of. It's like me needing to put a new roof on my house. So just a thought. Thank you.
I would just add a little insight into the reason the loan assistance. I can't speak for the other folks that helped draft that. From my point of view, that was included because absent $350 million a year in appropriations, there would be good projects that simply wouldn't get funded. But if you put them on a 5-year plan and you know they're in the pipeline because you denied the initial application and they go into construction, it allows you to coordinate and say, we really like this project. We don't anticipate funding for 5 to 8 more cycles, but we'd encourage you to apply knowing you're high on our list when the loan repayment comes up. So it was to create flexibility, knowing there's a shortage of total resources, was at least the thought process.
Sure. So my only question would be private and public. You know, a dam being a piece of private property or, you know, like a little city that has a deal, I'm with that totally. The guy that has 1,000 acres out there that's
And
got a watershed
that was to
on
the loan forgiveness.
loan forgiveness,
Yeah,
okay.
that was the
Okay.
rest, and I don't,
You don't know about the other part.
I do, but I mean, it's yeah.
It's a different issue.
It's our policy decision to make.
I hear
I
you.
appreciate the points, though. Representative Minix?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to address something Josh said, the 2302 money sunsets June 30th of 2028. So on July 1 of 2028, 38 million, 35 million,
35 million.
17 for the municipals, and another 18 goes away. So this task force needs to give the future legislature over the next 2 years a lot of advice on directions we need to go.
Any further questions? Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a quick 15-minute break before we get our next presenter queued up. So we will reconvene with the presentation on nitrates in public water systems in Nebraska. Just a note, as we'll move on to these next two sessions, and they won't necessarily be directly something we put in a report, but it's background information. It may come out in the final report. But just to give staff some direction, unless there's any objections, I think the two conversations with the water office were pretty important, and to allow them to get ahead for the next report. I would ask staff to, especially the question and answer sessions with the water office, if we could make sure those are reflected in the written report we see. Again, it won't be this one on the risk, but in the final report, I think it's important to capture that, unless anyone else has any other thoughts on that. Okay. And then we'll take some more, once we finish these two presentations, we'll allow some time for just open comment and discussion as anybody would like to just have at this point. So, but for now, we'll move on to Dean Edson, Executive Director of the Nebraska Association of Resource Districts, to talk about nitrates. And Dean is joining us via WebEx.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Well, thank you, Senator Titus. I don't know what your protocol here is today. I want to make sure I respect your time as well. I tried to put together a short presentation in written form. I submitted it to Heather O'Hare last Friday. Hopefully you got a copy of that.
We do, yep.
Okay. So we'll just follow along here with me, and I'll kind of go over some stuff here. I'm assuming you're familiar with our natural resource district system. Just for some background information, back in 1972, the legislature combined 154 political subdivisions into the 23 natural resource districts, which are based upon river basin boundaries. Two of the responsibilities are to manage for water quality, water quantity. There's 10 other responsibilities as well dealing with natural resources. They're governed by locally elected boards, and they also have taxing authority, so they can put together their own programs. So that just quickly gives you some background on the NRDs. What I was asked to do is talk to you about what our water quality programs are. All 23 natural resource districts are required to have management plans for quality, and their management plans have triggers on them based upon what phase they're in. It does not apply to the entire districts, but only where problems exist. And we also have an extensive groundwater monitoring program that gives us the data to make policy decisions on. And we work closely with the state agencies on these programs. So I'll quickly go over what these phases are. Phase 1 is if you're in an area where nitrates are below 5 parts per million. It's basically just educational programs only to the producers and the fertilizer industry about how to safely apply fertilizer, try to apply at the right time, right place. Once you get to nitrate levels of 5 to 10 parts per million, that would be your phase 2. You start getting into mandatory soil testing for producers, required nitrogen certification classes, water testing at either their well or a dedicated well to take those samples, crop reporting. We can also ban fall and winter fertilizer. What we do with that information that's submitted to us, that gets summarized and provided back in an annual report to the producers of what their targeted goals or where their yield goals were, what average fertilizer application, etc. Once it gets over 10 parts per million, you go to a phase 3. And that has all the requirements of phase 2 plus it's a required management plan for fertilizer application. And they have to account for all existing nitrogen sources for the crop. irrigation water with high nitrate can provide a lot of the nitrogen supply to the crop. So we're encouraging producers to get your water tested and find out how much nitrate and nitrogen's available through your irrigation water and use that. The primary reason for that is that's the only way we're going to remediate the problem, is we need to run that contaminated water through a plant, a corn plant or soybean plant, whatever the case may be. Our last phase is phase 4, and that's where nitrate levels are still increasing. This hasn't been implemented anywhere in the state of Nebraska yet, but it's all phase 2, phase 3 regulations. Plus, we can put a ban on all fertilizer applications. Got a couple results for you. One from the Lower Niobrara NRD, which is the acronym is LNNRD. That's up in northeastern Nebraska. What these reports that farmers are reporting, 2015, we had 91% of the farmers were applying more fertilizer than what the UNL recommended rates were. And it also showed there was no significant yield increase for this group, anything over the university recommended rates. This started getting the farmers' attention. By 2020, we were down to 66% were applying. And again, there was no significant yield increase for that group. So what we have is a trend line that you have decreasing fertilizer applications, over applications, but we still got a ways to go yet. What we're seeing up in that area, a lot of producers are moving to split applications of fertilizer. So they're only applying the fertilizer when the crop needs it. Those guys have a tendency to be your most profitable producers, because they're really managing their nitrates. The other example I want to give to you is Central Platte NRD. That's the acronym is CP NRD. They were the first district to start a program back in 1987. This is where we see the biggest change to split applications of fertilizer. We also have some farmers in that area that they no longer apply fertilizer because they can get enough nitrogen from their irrigation water to feed their crop. What we're seeing now, this nitrate didn't get in the water overnight. We're not going to get it out overnight. We're seeing some improvements. The nitrate levels are starting to decrease. Some areas have dropped from phase 3 down to phase 2. We still have some areas where we saw a little bit of an increase, but it's not at the same rate of increase as what we've seen in the past. As far as new efforts, I want to point out to you what we started doing here a couple years ago. We got together with the industry and the ag groups, and sat down with them, and we've had a lot of meetings. And the key thing was, let's figure this out. What can the NRDs do to help producers make these decisions and improve their profitability? So what we came up with is a Producer Connect project. It's a joint project with key partners. We have 19 of the 23 NRDs in it. The associations involved through our foundation. We got USDA, NRCS, Central Valley Ag, which is one of the larger co-ops in Nebraska, Corteva, the Nebraska Corn Board, and the Nebraska Cooperative Council. What we're developing here will be a free mobile app for producers, and it'll be used in these phase 2, phase 3 areas to start with. And with this app, producers will be able to submit their reports and track fertilizer use directly to the NRD, but it'll also focus in on their yields and profitability. So this makes it a little bit simpler for the producer to submit those reports, but it opens up a two-way communication between the NRD and the producers. The key thing that this app will do, it reverses our our UNL formula for fertilizer applications. We're going to start with the available nitrogen first, then add. The UNL formula right now is you start with 35 pounds plus 1.2 pounds of N per targeted yield, and then you subtract. With this app, it reverses that. It makes the producer look at what available nitrogen sources they have in their water and in their soils, and then they add the fertilizer to that to get to the yield. What will happen with this too is we'll be able, rather than give producers that one-time annual report, we'll be able to modify this so we can give reports to them throughout the year. It'll feed back to that app and give them a link to a report where how they compare in an area. So with that, no individual will be identified. There'll be the producer will find themselves in a large group of several hundred producers. They'll know where they're at, and then the other producers will be identified by a dot on a scattergram plot. This will also allow the producers to work directly with the NRDs on how to improve their nitrogen use. With this, we're asking them to plug in the cost of their fertilizer so that they can get to profitability and improve the profitability on their farm, but then also be real cognizant of how much fertilizer they are applying and only apply it when they need it. This app, we've also modified it to help with quantity management. And this will allow producers who are on allocations for quantity that information can get fed into this app, and they can track all of their water usage as well through this app. Hopefully we can get down with telemetry to where you get daily water use reports. The other significant change that's going on here in Nebraska is 2 years ago, the Nebraska Legislature passed the Nitrogen Reduction Act. What this does is provides a financial incentive up to $15 an acre to reduce nitrogen application by 15% or 40 pounds per acre. We need baseline data for previous applications. We have all of that for those producers that are in phase 2 or phase 3. We have limited funding of only $1 million a year. The producers apply to the NRD, and we have a ranking system to allocate the money. So those are the two new things coming on. I dropped in a couple of PowerPoint slides into the documents you have as well. This one slide with the pie chart shows that's the percentage of cornfields over the UNL recommendation. This is the one where 2020, 66% had corn yields or had applied more nitrogen than the university's rate. That's down from 91%. The next one is this scattergram plot that I've talked to you about, where producers can see what their actual yield is versus how much fertilizer got applied. And the UNL recommended rates are probably around 200 pounds per acre. You can see the number of producers that are well over that. Some of them are back in 2015 were over 300 pounds of N. These producers are starting to figure out they don't need that much fertilizer because they're not gaining yield. They can get similar yields by split applying, using less fertilizer, and be below the university recommended rates. The last slide that I had there is kind of a snapshot of a draft of this Producer Connect app. This will allow farmers to go in and you name your fields, whether that be the Kempy 80 or whatever the farmer calls it. They can name their field. They can plug in all of their data into this. This is the same data that goes into the reports. How much available N do you have in your soil? How much do you have available in your water, et cetera, other sources, and give you a total number that's available. Then you can add on to that to get to your 200 pounds. And what a lot of producers do is, again, they split, might apply it through chemigation systems, and then only apply it when the crop needs it. So that's my quick and summary of what's going on here in Nebraska. With each one of these, I could do you an hour-long PowerPoint presentation, but I cut it down to 15 minutes and covered all three of them. So I know you probably have a lot of questions. I'd be glad to try to answer them.
Thank you, Dean. We appreciate the brevity as well as the information you've provided. On the nitrate regulations, number one, was that was that a legislatively enacted program, so you had the authority to do that, or was that local regulation?
It was legislative as first to give us the authority to do the programs. What we have to do with these management plans is they have to be approved by the state agency, and it has to have these triggers in them. So the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and all of those get spelled out in the management plan. So that serves two purposes. One, it ties the board to be responsive to address when these nitrate levels increase, but it also lets the producers know that, hey, if nitrates continue to increase, they're going to end up with more regulation. And that's the last thing they want, is more regulation.
And what state agency reviews those?
It was initially the Department of Environmental Quality. That agency's now been merged with the Department of Natural Resources. It's now the Department of Water, Environment, and Energy. So the two separate agencies are now merged.
And then when this was first implemented, what was the reaction from producers and suppliers?
I have a very interesting story to tell you about that. Okay, so I see Ken Rogers sitting there. Ken knows me fairly well. I used to work for Nebraska Farm Bureau. I was the director of their state governmental relations program from 1986 to 97. And I also have a farm in the Central Platte NRD in the middle of the state. Central Platte was the first one to start this program in 1987. So I was involved from Farm Bureau's perspective to help get this started. We had some naysayers out there that, oh, this fertilizer is not coming from farmers. It's not causing any problem. The NRDs don't know what they're talking about. So we got a hold of one of these guys and said, okay, let's do this. Let's go into a research study on this. And this guy agreed to do it, and he had a quarter of ground and got into a 5-year contract. Let's let you, on 180, you're going to apply your fertilizer as you normally do. The other 80 there, you're not going to apply any fertilizer, and we're just going to use your irrigation water and see what we get. Well, that first year, the non-fertilized field out yielded the fertilized field by about a bushel an acre. That was, everybody's kind of going, oh, that's a weird deal. Let's see what year 2 does. Year 2, same results. The non-fertilized field out yielded the fertilized field by a couple of bushels per acre. The third year, the farmer wanted out of the contract. And the reason why he wanted out is because he didn't want to have to apply fertilizer to that other 80 anymore, because he realized he could get his nitrogen from the irrigation water. But the district made him stay in it for 5 years, for the full 5 years. That information spread like wildfire, as you can imagine, in your coffee shop, in your church, in your bar, that, hey, we can save money by not applying fertilizer and help remediate the nitrate problems. So it turned from an adversary to a, yes, let's do this. The other problem that we have is that nobody ever got to be fertilizer salesman of the year by selling less. Nobody gets a trip to Jamaica by not meeting their sales quotas. We're starting to get over that. And the industry is realizing that over-fertilizing is causing problems in our community. And they're getting a lot of pressure from the community to do something about it. So if you start something, you expect that first objection. But if you pull them along and make a part of the solution, that helps. And that helps us here in Nebraska. We haven't solved the problem yet, but I think we're on the right trend line now to reverse the applications. That was a long-winded answer to your question. I'm sorry about that, but that's what happened.
That was very good. It illustrated the issue very well. Committee, I open it up for questions. Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dean, for your presentation. During the 5 years, did you monitor the water at all in those contracts?
Yes.
Okay.
The nitrate levels were monitored the full 5 years, and the amount of irrigation water applied as well.
Okay, so that was going down while the yields were going up.
That was going on now, but you're not going to take this from 30 parts per million down to 5 in a year.
Right.
It's going to take decades before it clears itself up. What we're seeing is that the trend lines have turned in some of these areas in the Central Platte. Keep in mind, this program started in '87. It's now 2025. Now we're starting to see these drop from over 10 to less than 10.
Follow-up question, do you find people, the farmers that don't comply with the program? If somebody doesn't want to comply, what do you do with them on that?
We have the 1%ers, what I call 1%ers. They're not going to comply with any rule or regulation, no matter if it's from the NRD or anybody else. What the legislature did about 15 years ago was passed a law that if you're out of compliance with your reports, there's a fine of up to $5,000 per day. And if you're out of compliance with any nitrogen program, you get a cease and desist order, $5,000 a day fine. What happens with that is it's basically the same group of people every year that we have to go see in court. And the day of the hearing, they decide to get in compliance. And it's like, thank you, Sam. See you next year. But 99% of the producers comply.
One more quick question, Mr. Co-Chairman. Does the 23 NRDs, does that cover the whole state?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Representative Minix?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you talk a little bit about soil type and depth of the water table?
Yes. Um, the soil types, this was an issue we've been working with the university. They have their formula really doesn't separate out soil types. And we finally got the university here last year to change their formulas to take in consideration soil types. I'm sorry, what was the other part of the question? Depth of groundwater?
Yeah, depth of groundwater.
Yeah.
If your groundwater is shallow and your
Yep.
soil's sandy, the
Yep.
nitrogen tends to get there quicker. So I'm guessing there's a lot of differences within your 23 NRDs. Some of them are a little more sandy and shallow, I'm guessing.
Yep. That's where you're going to see your problem first, is in sandy soils and then depth of groundwater, 8 to 10 feet away. Now, the other thing that we've found out is we have where my farm's at in Dawson County in central Nebraska. We have my groundwater table's down about 6 feet below the surface, 6 to 8 feet. We don't have high nitrates there. And took us a long time to figure out why that area of the state does not have a nitrate problem. And what we've discovered is that's also the area where we have a lot of irrigation canals to deliver water, and they all seep water or lose water to the groundwater table. And what we've come to the conclusion of is those canals that go through that area are basically flushing the nitrates back to the river. And so we don't have that problem. You go 30 miles, 30 to 40 miles east of me, you don't have canals anymore. Those same areas in the valley that are similar soil types, similar depth of groundwater, their nitrate levels start getting higher.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Swati?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So these are based on groundwater. Do you have a similar, so you have all the feedlots in like Cumming County. Is there a similar surface water or am I reading this wrong? And then do you see a difference back to those problem areas between your heavy sort of Platte River Basin, just corn acres versus areas that have more feeding operations and manure applications?
Well, it's kind of a couple different questions there. Let's focus in on the feed yards first, okay? The feed yards, they're all subject to CAFO permits, concentrated animal feeding operation permits. Those that have 300 head or greater, they all have to have a manure management plan in place. The other thing is that the lagoons and holding ponds are designed to minimize leaching, but not stop it. So we do see some areas where you have longstanding CAFO units where you've got leaching over the last 20 years and you have high nitrates nearby that facility. They are able to go in and test that and do isotope tests to find out whether that's animal waste or commercial fertilizer. The one thing the livestock producers are trying to do is minimize that leaching. And they put up monitoring wells outside their facility. When they start noticing a nitrate level go up, they'll try to move that water onto a crop. Your second kind of question into your heavier soils, for both the commercial fertilizer and livestock waste. If it's in heavier soils and along ways to the water table. What we're doing now is we're trying to do deep soil testing to see how much nitrates are in the load down below the root zone. And trying to calculate how long is it going to take it before it hits the water table. So we know we do have some areas in the state where there are loads moving through the soil profile, but they haven't reached the groundwater yet. At some point in time, it will. And then you'll have that remediation problem again. We're also working with the university and some other researchers on how on a corn plant, how deep are those roots go, and are those roots at the lower level pulling up nitrogen, or is it just the top level? So once you get past vadose zones or down 3 feet, is that plant still sucking up nitrogen availability in that soil? And we're finding out some preliminary research shows that once it gets down about 2 feet, that last foot of the corn plant is not pulling up as much nitrogen as we originally thought. But that all of that information gets shared with the producer.
Representative Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been in that office, Dean.
What's that?
I've been in your office a few times, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah.
A couple things, and thanks for joining us. So each NRD has its own individual plan that meets the individual needs, or is there a base plan, and then there's adaptability? I won't say wiggle room, but adaptability then based because each each one of the NRDs has its own special challenges.
Yeah, there's flexibility here. Not all the rules and regulations are the same in each district. They can adopt these and modify these to fit different situations in their area, but they just have to have some type of plan adopted to try to address the problem. That is, there's a good and a bad to that. The good is that they're allowing for some flexibility. The bad part of it is like for farmers, well, I'm farming in 2 different NRDs, there's 2 different sets of rules. Should you make them the same? If we're going to make them the same, there'd be just one set of rules for everybody, and that doesn't work. That doesn't allow for flexibility.
Colleagues, if you don't know, the NRDs, those positions are elected. So you think we have a lot of people on the ballots.
Yeah.
You know, and you think some of our politics is a whole other story. Last thing, Dean, can you talk about the relationship that your group, because you're the exec of all the NRDs, working with the EPA, working with this new combined department of water, environment, and so on. Where's the buck stop? How's that relationship in working with all those different groups? Because the NRDs are more boots on the ground and very much hyper local.
With the agencies, it's very positive. They see that we're trying to do something and they're flexible to assist us. That's why with that Producer Connect, you see NRCS involved, and they're not just involved to help with programs, but they're also providing some financing for that Producer Connect app. But I think one of the most important partners in all of this is the ag groups. I meet with them. Like I said, I used to head up this governmental relations program for Farm Bureau. Did that for 11 years. I meet with the ag groups on a very regular basis and sit down with them, and we talk about problem areas that we have. They've got members of theirs that sit on our board. They've also got members that serve in advisory committees to the board. So those producers are helping develop solutions. I think that's the key partnership for our success, is to make sure that the ag groups are included in what we do here. They don't get the final say, but they get the input.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dean. Good to see you.
Yep.
Dr. Mel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Edson, thanks for speaking with us today. I apologize, you may have already touched on this, but I just wanted to be clear on who performs these tests and who pays for the tests. And do the farmers do any of their own testing?
Which test are you referring to?
The groundwater test for nitrate.
For the groundwater? We pay for the testing. We have farmers that will partner with us and let us use their well to take samples out of their well, but we'll take those samples and send them to a state lab and have them tested for nitrates, and NRD pays for that. But you have producers that cooperate and then will allow us to use their well, or we might have our own monitoring well, or we might have an agreement with the city or community, but the NRD will cover those costs.
Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Chief Engineer Earl?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thanks, Dean, for being here. And just to follow up to Dr. Mel's question, what's kind of how far apart are the wells that are monitored or tested? What's kind of a density, if you will?
We've tried to make sure that we have representative samples across the entire district. So we're not taking samples all in one concentrated area. We got the university involved with statistical analysis. How far apart should these wells be? How often should we sample them? We got, I think, over 2,500 sites, wells, and that we take samples from, and they're geographically distributed.
Thank you.
Senator
Where you have nitrate problems, we might add more wells to be tested in that area, but we won't concentrate them in one area. It'll get geographically distributed so that you got a fair representative sample. And that's why you have the different phases included in here. In these phases, so like I'll use Central Platte as an example, and Lower Niobrara is the same way. It might cover phase 2, phase 3 area might cover a third of the farmable acres. So it doesn't apply to the whole district. Where the trigger is what the nitrate levels are.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just to follow up to Mr. Lewis's question there, how often do you test those wells? Or pull samples?
That will depend upon the district and the cooperator. It might be 2 to 3 times a year.
Dean, I don't want to cut anyone short here, but we have another presentation online. If we have any follow-up questions, would it be okay if we have Heather email those to you for if anything does come up?
Sure. I've put my contact information on that sheet, so the emails are probably the quickest way.
And while you're online, would you like a platform to talk about the Platte Republican Interbasin Transfer while we're here? That's okay. You don't have to answer that. But
I'll give you this answer. I have friends on both sides of that issue, and I'm with my friends.
very good. Very good. Well, we really appreciate the information and taking some time to present to us today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, let's move on to our final presentation of the day. We have Jay Meyer, president of Centera Bank in Sublette, Kansas. Mr. Meyer, are you there? Let us know if you can hear us, Mr. Meyer.
I am. Can you hear me now?
There, we got you. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Okay. Are you ready for me?
We're ready.
Okay. Senator Titus and Representative Minix, I appreciate the invite to testify before this task force. My name is Jay Meyer. I'm president of Centera Bank in Sublette, and I've been with the bank here for nearly 34 years. I worked for a few years for the Federal Land Bank in Garden City before that. So my entire career, I've been working with farmers in Southwest Kansas as a loan officer, making a variety of different types of loans. I've been asked to make a few comments regarding water issues that we face. First of all, a little bit about our bank. We consider ourselves an ag bank. We have 5 locations. The other locations are in Satana, Dodge City, Mineola, and Greensburg. So our lending territory is spread out over a fairly wide area. As president of the bank, one of my duties is the chief lending officer for our entire bank. And so I've had to become more familiar with lending in our entire area since taking on that responsibility a few years ago. We have approximately 60% of our loans in direct loans to farmers and ranchers, both operating and real estate type loans, as well as machinery and equipment. Our entire territory sits on the Ogallala Aquifer, and water issues have been discussed for my entire lending career. The last 10 to 15 years, they've been more of a concern because we've seen a significant amount of farmland in our area transition from irrigated land to non-irrigated land. And the impact that has on individual farmers is something that we've seen firsthand. As I've stated in my written comments, most of our producers are able to manage through that transition. As you can imagine, we have a wide variety of customers in regard to the types of land they farm and how many acres they farm. But I would say the vast majority of them, if they have some land that the irrigation well has declined and eventually gone to where it's no longer economically feasible to pump, typically those producers can manage through that because it's a fairly small percentage of their overall operation. But there have been instances where I would say we have producers that have been forced to retire from farming or forced to sell and quit farming before they wanted to retire, at least in part because of the water issues. As bankers, every day we work with farmers to during the renewal season to develop cash flows that are a reflection of the land that they farm, make full use of the irrigation that is available. So we see a wide variety of cropping practices, and on land that's transitioned from irrigated to dry land, that's obviously a fairly drastic change from irrigated crops to dryland crops, and it does have a negative impact on their cash flow. In almost every case, it I would say is a negative impact. But again, in the vast majority of cases, our farmers are able to weather that and manage through it. Also, in regard to lending on farm real estate, I was asked to discuss briefly how these water issues might impact those types of loans. And, we see, when we see land sell, if the irrigation well is in a good area and the well is strong, it typically brings a premium price. On the other end of the spectrum is land that is irrigated, but the wells aren't very, very strong and have been, declining the past few years. We'll see prices that are closer to dryland value, and everything in between. So, as far as valuing irrigated land is concerned, we rely a lot on the prospective buyers or the owners of that property, and also the appraisers that we hire to appraise it for lending purposes. So, as part of that appraisal process, water rights are considered. The appraiser will verify that those water rights exist and that they are sufficient for the anticipated use of that farmer. And, we seldom require or need a separate value on the water rights. It's all incorporated into the total value of that irrigated property. So, I think that pretty well summarizes the written comments that I submitted. And so I believe I will leave it at that and give you some time for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jay. We appreciate your time today. I would just start off with one question. If you had a hypothetical customer come to you, it's irrigated for a long time, they say, well, I'm worried about having enough water for the next generation to take over. I'm going to voluntarily enter a binding contract with a GMD or the state to use 20% less water over a period of time. Does that impact? So we presume there's an extension, that there will be more water available longer, but there's less available now. And you mentioned maximizing the available water. Does a situation like that change how you value the land and interact with the customer?
I would think that it may have some impact on the value, although, more than likely that value has already been established, because people that are entering into those arrangements, from what I understand, I've never been directly involved in a situation like that, but the land that's going into those types of arrangements is already what we would consider semi-irrigated. The wells are not as strong as our best irrigated land in this area. So as far as value goes, I don't know that there would be much impact. as far as how we would interact with that customer, we would be very supportive of that type of arrangement. You know, we would like for all of our relationships to be long-term relationships, and the more that we can do to support and encourage that type of arrangement, I think the better off both the bank and the customer would be. Will it impact how we approach planning each year when we're putting together a cash flow for the coming operating season? You know, certainly it would. I don't know exactly how those arrangements are set up, and I'm guessing that they're not all exactly the same. So we would just need details. Exactly what is it that you're going to be allowed to do this year? And, you know, how is that going to impact your cropping plan for the coming year? And then we would go from there and develop a cash flow that hopefully reflects a positive bottom line.
Thank you. Committee, I'd open it up for questions. Shannon?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Jay. I just had a really quick question. You had stated in your written testimony on the backside that there's instances where a shorter loan term was required due to the declining capacity of the irrigation well. How would the bank determine what the declining capacity of that well is? Where would you get your information for that determination?
Well, again, we would rely on our appraiser, on the owner of the property or the prospective owner if it's a situation where where we're financing the purchase of land. And if we were to, if we were to verify that ourselves, we would contact the groundwater management district here in our area and ask for that information. You know, I don't know if this is part of your question or not, but how would we determine whether or not to require a shorter term? If it were land that we're making that transition from irrigated to dry land, and we're seeing that maybe the economic life of that well is coming to an end in the next 5 to 10 years, we would want to make sure that the loan were amortized in a way that we were still supported from a collateral standpoint once that well goes dry or no longer is economically feasible to pump. So you'd want to determine what the dry land value of that property is and make sure that your loan is paid down to a point where you're still supported from a collateral standpoint. You know, you're making some assumptions about how long that well is going to last, that assumptions that may or may not be true in reality, but we do our best up front to make those calls, you know, with the borrower or the customer's input and also with our appraiser's input. Does that kind of answer your question there?
Yes, thank you. I just, I had concern, or I guess, how did you guys make that determination to shorten that loan up? Where was your data coming from? Just to make those determinations. So thank you very much for your answer. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome.
Representative Rajas?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Meyer. I was looking forward to this presentation, and I hopefully we'll have some more, because I think as we look at moving forward, the financial and the banker perspective is also one that's needed. Haskell County, if I remember it, Haskell County is like almost the gold standard. I mean, you got it all. You got cattle, you got corn, your production. You know, when we do the Kansas trivia, you know, we run off the #1 county in agriculture production. Hardly anybody says Haskell County. So hats off there for you and your leadership. But as we talk about kind of moving forward, and again, making assumptions, and that's really all we can do. But do you have concerns of a water plan that would, I mean, if there's reductions in water use just kind of coming from Topeka out to Haskell County, that has a impact larger than just, you know, it goes from combines, it goes from schools, it goes from downtown Sublette and all the other areas that your bank serve those communities. There's a lot to it because just thinking of the sheer value of agriculture than in Haskell County. So what, I guess as you look at moving forward, have you talked with other bankers, you know, about the possibility of changes or dramatic changes in water policy in Kansas, especially when it comes to irrigation?
Yes. Uh, those types of discussions have been going on for a long time and have become more serious in the last 10 years or so. Part of the point I was trying to make in my written comments is that up to this point, this change that's occurring has happened in a very gradual manner, and it's been something that the vast majority of our farmers have been able to weather, because it's affecting just a fairly small percentage of their overall operation. But that doesn't mean they're not concerned about it, because even though even their strongest piece of irrigated property might have a good well now, they know in the back of their minds that that could change in the next 2 to 3 years. It's happened to them before, and more than likely will happen again. I think what you're referring to, though, is more of an outside, something mandated from the outside by the legislature, that would overnight change the ability or their ability to pump water the way they feel the way they've been accustomed to, the way they feel they are entitled to on their own property. So my conversations with our farmers and with other bankers is, I hope that whatever happens is more of a voluntary program that we've seen, from my understanding, in other parts of the state be somewhat successful, if it's deemed to be necessary. And if that's the case, then I think we'll be able to manage through that. There's been advances made with the irrigated crops we grow in our area, requiring or becoming more and more drought tolerant. Some of the dryland yields that we have seen for corn and milo have been pretty amazing. And will that be enough if we're forced to be, or if we eventually see most of the land in our county turn to dry land? Will it be enough to support all of the things that you mentioned, the feed yards and the dairies we have in our area? Will they be able to be supported as they have been That's a difficult question for me to answer. I I feel like if the changes happen gradually over time, um, that we'll figure out a way to get that done. It may look a little different. Those industries may have to adjust. We all may have to adjust to a certain extent, but my personal feeling and those that I've talked to is uh, we would much prefer a voluntary program than something that's mandated.
Senator Fagg?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. Does your appraiser consider nitrate levels in the water table in irrigated fields? Has that ever been discussed?
We don't have a lot of issues with that in our area. Uh, I certainly think if there's been a history of that we're aware of and the appraiser is aware of, it would be considered. I personally don't have a whole lot of experience with that here in our lending territory.
Any further questions, committee? Chief Engineer Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Jay, good to see you. Thanks for being on today. I just wanted to kind of follow up. It seemed like when you're talking about valuing the land and what a strong well means, I just want to confirm, and I got kind of a second part to this question, that what you're really talking about is kind of the rate that would pump. What's the gallons per minute it would pump? But then
Right.
you've also got, seems like a little bit of a change going on in recognizing that some of these wells don't last forever and having a shorter time period. It does, as part of your president of the Ag Bankers portion, are you seeing some of your members start to look at what's the life of that well as part of the valuation of the land and not just the rate that it can pump today?
Certainly. Again, we're dealing with some assumptions and making an estimation of what that remaining economic life might be. But yes, I mean, that's part of the consideration for both the farmer that may be looking to buy that piece of ground and also for us that may be looking to finance the purchase. So, pardon me. So I do feel like that's something that plays into everything we do when it comes to working on cash flows every year for that particular customer. We understand that things will change over time more than likely, but particularly when looking at irrigated real estate loans, that's something that we as lenders, we want to know that. And, we don't have a single appraiser that we use, but that is one of the things that we look for in the appraisals that we receive. We have a handful of people that do those appraisals in our area. I didn't want it to sound like we had someone here on staff or anything doing those. We're hiring appraisers from an approved list that we have, but that is definitely something that we look for in the appraisal.
Just as a follow-up, is there any discussion that you all have with your customers or that is going on in the community that looks at what's the economic, when you talk about the economic life of the well, if you have a reduction, the primary purpose obviously is to extend the life of that well in the aquifer. and the overall life cycle economically of what you get back versus maybe the reduction in economic return in the short term. Is there any discussion happening, again, with your customers or in the community about the trade-off between current revenue versus long-term economic value?
To be honest, there's not much discussion about that I'm aware of. On an individual basis, our interaction with our customers, those types of topics are discussed. But as a group, do we have a group of producers in our area that are having those types of discussions? Not that I'm aware of. I'll just leave it at that.
All right, thanks, Jay. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Mel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick follow-up to Earl's question. When you are appraising the value of the land, does the priority date of the water right enter into your appraisal?
It's one of many factors. It's funny you would bring that up. We had a situation in our county that was fairly well publicized, and a fight over a water right, where one group of owners had a superior water right, and they tried to enforce that and weren't very successful in doing so. It's pretty difficult determining. On paper, you have priority, but in reality, it's pretty difficult to determine what that really gives you. And Earl, you may be able to speak to this too, but when you get into court, it's kind of difficult to prove that your neighbor is encroaching upon your water right. So yes, it's one of many factors that's looked at, but we don't, to my knowledge, give any kind of premium for price, one versus the other, priority of water rights.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Looks like we've exhausted our questions. Mr. Meyer, we're very appreciative of your time today. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Wanted to also note, appreciate the Kansas Bankers Association. They did help line Mr. Meyer up on very short notice to provide that presentation. So we appreciate that help as well. We're actually ahead of schedule, so that's fantastic. We have a few minutes here. If the committee would like to have any conversation about the presentations we heard today, I've kind of given you the outline of where we're headed. So anything that fits in that to talk about today, ask questions for follow-up to staff. This would be an appropriate time for those comments. Representative Rajas.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I know. Are we getting any sort of a presentation from what happened this morning from our tribes? Is there any presentation we'll be able to have? Some of the data they talked about, especially Prairie Band is I know he looked like he kind of spoke off the cuff, but I don't know if they had any formal presentation. That was my question. If we could have that then.
Mr. Chairman, it was requested, but we didn't receive anything, but I'll reach out again. We'll see if we can get something.
And if you have any specific concerns about tribal issues, those would probably be easier to track down. And we'd ask for the sort of the map of the reservations and the square miles and things like that. If there's specific things from that you'd like more information on, we can certainly be a little more directed in those.
Mr. Chair, I think a couple of those things that even just online, the rulings that they kept referring to. I'm not an attorney, so I'll probably fall asleep on about page 4. But just to kind of help again, I think that's brought in some other things for our consideration. So those, if you made notes for, or Kyle, if we made notes, just to have those even just online for us to pull out if we wanted. Thank you.
And I think the Tribal Affairs Committee, State Tribal Affairs Committee, Interim Committee had a presentation recently from Professor Griggs that outlined some of this. Maybe that would be a good presentation to just share, and then that would give everybody a good starting point.
Mr. Chairman, Kyle has already provided me with all of those documents, so I will send them out to you.
Okay. You guys want to go home early, I can tell. I appreciate all the hard work. I warned you at the beginning, it would be a working committee, and we've carried through, but happy to give you back a little time today. Our next meeting is scheduled for November 19th. We will be in Manhattan at the Public Library, so that's on Point Street. We'll send out more information, plan on a 9 a.m. start. There's parking right there at the library, and there's a big public lot right across the street. We'll have lunch provided that day, so if you have any questions in the meantime, please let us know. And then those will be mostly presentations from other states regarding their water plan. And I believe we also have the Livestock Association tentatively scheduled. We did a new a grant program to help efficiency of stock waters with the increase in funding a couple years ago. And so we'll just get an update on the utilization of that program as well. If there's nothing else, we have no minutes for today. They were delayed. And then, the other thing we will plan to do at the end next time is we'll get a draft of our risk report for our preliminary report to the legislature. Hopefully that'll get circulated before the 19th. And then we'll have comments and provide input and allow staff to finalize that before session starts. So with that, we are, anything else you want to add?
Bring your boxing gloves. We'll have a good discussion.
Very good. All right. We are adjourned. Thank you.